Right now, you're about to discover a life-changing secret that Zen masters have used for over 1,000 years to transform overwhelming stress into effortless peace. I'm going to share ancient Buddhist teachings and Zen wisdom that have been quietly passed down through generations, helping countless people find their way from struggle to serenity. Each teaching contains a hidden key that unlocks your mind's natural ability to release control and find deep inner calm. And here's what makes this different from ordinary stress relief. These Buddhist principles work, even if you've never meditated before, even if you feel completely overwhelmed right now, even if you've tried everything else and nothing has lasted. The Buddha once said, "You yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection." In the next 3 hours, you'll discover exactly what this means and how to stop being your own worst enemy. As we journey through stories of wise monks, flowing rivers, and unexpected moments of clarity, you'll notice something remarkable happening. Your shoulders will begin to soften, your breathing will naturally deepen, and you'll find yourself letting go of burdens you didn't even realize you were carrying. If this feels like exactly what you need right now, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. So make yourself comfortable, grab a soft blanket or pillow, let your body settle into this moment. Take one deep breath with me now. And as you exhale, know that you've just taken the first step toward learning how to let life support you instead of fighting it every single day. Let's begin with our first teaching about the nature of flow itself. There's a reason you feel like you're swimming upstream every single day. You've been taught that life is something to conquer, that peace is something to achieve, that happiness is something to chase down and capture before it slips away. But what if I told you that this very approach, this constant fighting and forcing, is exactly what's been keeping you trapped in cycles of exhaustion and overwhelm? In ancient China, there lived a Zen master named Chuang Tzu, who watched a butcher work with such effortless grace that his knife never dulled, even after 19 years of use. When asked about his secret, the butcher smiled and said, "I don't cut through the bone, I find the spaces between." This simple story holds the key to everything we're going to explore together tonight. You see, life isn't meant to be a battle. The Buddha discovered this truth 2,500 years ago when he realized that our suffering doesn't come from life's difficulties, it comes from our resistance to them. Every time you tense up against what's happening, every time you fight what is, you're cutting through bone instead of finding the natural spaces where movement flows effortlessly. In Buddhist teaching, this effortless way of being is called Wu Wei, action without forcing, movement without struggle. It's not about being passive or giving up on your dreams. It's about learning to work with life's natural rhythms instead of against them, like a skilled sailor who uses the wind instead of fighting it. Think about your breathing right now. You're not forcing each breath to happen. It's flowing naturally, effortlessly, without your conscious control. This is what flow looks like in your daily life, when you stop trying to micromanage every moment and start trusting the deeper intelligence that's been keeping you alive since the day you were born. Right now, I want you to give yourself permission to stop. Stop trying so hard to fix everything. Stop pushing for outcomes. Stop carrying the weight of everyone else's expectations on your shoulders. Just for these next few hours, let yourself imagine what it would feel like to move through your days with the same effortless grace as that ancient butcher, finding the spaces where life naturally wants to flow. The exhaustion you feel isn't because life is too hard. It's because you've been making it harder than it needs to be. Tonight, we're going to remember how to let life support you instead of you having to support everything else. We're going to discover what the great Zen masters knew, that the most powerful action often comes from the deepest stillness, and the greatest strength is found in learning how to yield. There's a profound truth that will change everything about how you see your struggles, and it's hiding in plain sight in every moment of your life. Right now, the cells in your body are changing, your thoughts are shifting, your breath is moving in and out in a rhythm that has never stopped since you were born. Everything, absolutely everything, is in constant motion. And the moment you truly understand this, you'll discover why you've been suffering and how to find peace in the middle of any storm. The Buddha called this truth anicca, the reality that nothing in this world stays the same. Not your pain, not your joy, not your circumstances, not even your sense of who you are. And here's what makes this the most liberating teaching you'll ever encounter. The very thing you think is causing your suffering, that difficult situation, that overwhelming emotion, that person who hurt you, it's already changing, right now, even as we speak. Let me tell you about a Zen master who lived in ancient Japan, a woman named Myoan, who ran a small tea house near a mountain temple. Every morning, travelers would stop for tea before continuing their difficult journey up the mountain path. One day, a merchant arrived in terrible distress, his cart broken, his goods scattered, his livelihood seemingly destroyed. "Master Myoan," he cried, "I have lost everything. My family will starve. My reputation is ruined. My life is over." The master calmly poured him tea and said, "Tell me, honored guest, is the water in this cup the same water that was in the river yesterday?" The merchant looked confused. "Of course not, master. Water flows. It's always moving, always changing." Myoan smiled gently. "And yet, you believe your circumstances are frozen in place forever?" She gestured to the window where cherry blossoms were falling like snow. "Those flowers were buds last month, they're petals today, and tomorrow they'll be soil feeding new growth. Nothing, not even your greatest loss, stays the same. The question is, will you flow with the changes, or will you try to hold back the river with your bare hands?" This story isn't just a beautiful metaphor, it's a direct pointing to the source of all human suffering. We suffer not because life is difficult, but because we resist the natural flow of change. We cling to moments of happiness as if we could freeze them forever, and we push away moments of pain as if they were permanent fixtures in our lives. But the Buddha saw clearly that this clinging, this desperate attempt to control what cannot be controlled, is like trying to cup water in your hands and then crying when it inevitably flows through your fingers. Think about your own life right now. Is there something you're holding on to so tightly that your knuckles are white? Maybe it's a relationship that's changing, a job that's ending, a version of yourself that no longer fits. Or perhaps you're pushing against something with all your might, an illness, a loss, a disappointment that feels too heavy to bear. The exhaustion you feel isn't coming from the situation itself. It's coming from your resistance to the natural flow of change. The Buddha once said, "Of all footprints, that of the elephant is supreme. Similarly, of all meditative themes, that on death is supreme." This isn't meant to be morbid or frightening. It's meant to wake us up to the preciousness of this very moment. When we truly understand that nothing lasts forever, something beautiful happens. The difficulties that once seemed insurmountable begin to feel lighter because we know they're temporary. The beautiful moments become even more precious because we're not taking them for granted. Let me share another story, this one about a young monk named Ijo, who struggled terribly with anger. Every time someone criticized him or things didn't go his way, he would explode in rage, then spend days consumed with guilt and shame. His teacher, Master Dogen, watched this pattern repeat for months without saying a word. One autumn morning, Ijo stormed into the meditation hall after another outburst, his face red with frustration. "Master," he cried, "I am a failure as a monk. This anger keeps returning no matter how hard I fight it. I am the same terrible person I was when I arrived here." Dogen looked up from sweeping fallen leaves and handed Ijo the broom. "Tell me," he said gently, "are these the same leaves that were green on the branches just weeks ago?" Ijo looked at the golden and crimson leaves scattered around them. "No, Master, they've changed completely. And will they remain as they are now forever?" Dogen asked. "No," Ijo replied, beginning to understand. "They'll decompose and become soil for new growth." "Then tell me," Dogen smiled, "if even these leaves cannot remain the same, how is it possible that your anger, or your guilt about it, could be permanent?" Your anger arises, peaks like a wave, and naturally subsides. Your guilt about the anger does the same. The only thing that remains constant is your belief that these temporary states define who you are. But you, young monk, are more like the sky than the weather, vast enough to hold all storms, unchanged by their passing. This teaching transformed Ijo's life, and it can transform yours too. You are not your emotions, you are the awareness that experiences them. You are not your circumstances, you are the consciousness that witnesses them unfold. And just as storms pass through the sky without damaging it, all of your experiences, both wonderful and terrible, pass through the vast space of your awareness, without defining or limiting who you truly are. But let's bring this wisdom down to earth, into the very real struggles you're facing right now. Maybe you're dealing with anxiety that feels overwhelming and endless. The teaching of impermanence reminds you that anxiety is not a solid thing. It's a constantly shifting experience that rises and falls like waves in the ocean. When you stop fighting the wave and start watching its natural rhythm, you discover that even the most intense anxiety has peaks and valleys, moments of intensity and moments of calm. I want to tell you about a businessman named Tanaka who came to see Master Huangpo in ancient China. Tanaka was successful by every measure, wealthy, respected, powerful, but he was tormented by anxiety about losing everything he had built. He couldn't sleep, couldn't enjoy his success, couldn't stop worrying about the future. "Master," he pleaded, "please give me a teaching that will end my suffering. I will pay any amount, make any donation to your temple." Huangpo smiled and picked up a beautiful porcelain cup, one of the finest pieces in the monastery. Without warning, he dropped it on the stone floor, where it shattered into countless pieces. Tanaka gasped in horror. "Master, that cup was priceless. Why did you destroy something so beautiful?" Huangpo looked at him with infinite compassion. "Tell me, honored guest, are you suffering because the cup is broken, or because you believed it would last forever?" "The cup fulfilled its purpose perfectly," the master continued. "It held tea, brought beauty to our lives, and now it teaches us the most important lesson of all, that nothing in this world is permanent, and trying to make it so is the source of all our pain. Your anxiety isn't protecting your business, it's preventing you from enjoying the success you have right now. What if, instead of clinging to what you've built, you learned to appreciate it like a beautiful flower that blooms for a season?" Tanaka stared at the broken pieces, and suddenly something inside him broke too, not his spirit, but his desperate need to control the uncontrollable. Tears streamed down his face as he realized he had been spending all his energy trying to make permanent what was naturally temporary. From that day forward, he ran his business with the same skill and dedication, but without the crushing weight of needing it to last forever. Paradoxically, when he stopped clinging so tightly, his business thrived even more because he could make decisions from clarity rather than fear. Or perhaps you're grieving a loss that feels too big to survive. Impermanence doesn't diminish your grief or tell you to get over it. Instead, it offers you the profound comfort of knowing that even the deepest pain is not a permanent resident in your heart. It moves, it shifts, it transforms. The raw, sharp edges of fresh grief gradually soften into tender memories. The overwhelming waves slowly become gentler swells. And eventually, what once felt like it would destroy you becomes the fertile ground from which compassion and wisdom grow. There was once a mother named Kisa Gotami who lost her young son to illness. Mad with grief, she carried the child's body from house to house, begging for medicine to bring him back to life. The people of her village, moved by her pain but knowing her request was impossible, sent her to the Buddha. When she arrived, clutching her son's body, the Buddha looked at her with infinite tenderness. "I will help you," he said gently, "but first, you must bring me a mustard seed from a house where no one has ever died." Hope flickered in Kisa Gotami's eyes as she set out on this mission. She went to the first house, a wealthy merchant's home. "Please," she begged, "give me a mustard seed. My son has died and the Buddha says this will help." The family was moved by her pain and immediately offered her not just one but many mustard seeds. "But wait," Kisa Gotami asked, "has anyone in your household ever died?" The merchant's wife nodded sadly. "Yes, my father passed last year, and my brother the year before." Kisa Gotami moved to the next house, then the next, and the next. Everywhere she went, people were eager to help, but in every single home, someone had experienced the loss of a loved one. As the day wore on, something began to shift in her understanding. She was not alone in her suffering. Loss and death were part of the universal human experience. By evening, she had not found a single household untouched by death. She sat by the river, still holding her son, and finally understood what the Buddha had been trying to teach her. Death was not a cruel exception that had singled her out. It was the natural completion of every life, as inevitable as sunset after sunrise. Her grief was real and valid, but it was also part of the shared human experience of loving and losing. With tears of both sorrow and understanding, she gently laid her son's body to rest and returned to the Buddha. "Master," she said, "I could not find the mustard seed you requested. Did you find what you were really seeking?" He asked kindly. "Yes," she whispered. "I found that I am not alone in my pain, and that even this terrible grief will not last forever." The Buddha taught her that the pain of loss comes not just from love, but from our resistance to the natural cycle of life and death. "All conditioned things are impermanent," he said. "When you see this clearly, you will find peace even in the midst of sorrow." Kisa Gotami became one of his most devoted students, finding in her acceptance of impermanence not cold detachment, but a deeper, more sustainable form of love, one that could embrace both joy and sorrow as natural parts of the human experience. Maybe you're trapped in a job that drains your spirit, a relationship that no longer serves you, or patterns of thinking that keep you stuck in cycles of self-doubt. The beautiful truth of impermanence is that none of these situations are as solid as they appear. Even the most entrenched circumstances are constantly shifting, creating small openings for change that you might not have noticed before. I want to tell you about Master Bankei, a Zen teacher who lived in 17th century Japan. Before his awakening, he was consumed with spiritual ambition, desperately seeking enlightenment through extreme practices that nearly killed him. He fasted until he was skeletal, meditated until he collapsed, and drove himself to the edge of madness, trying to force his way to freedom. One day, weakened by years of struggle, Bankei coughed up blood and thought he was dying. But instead of fear, he felt a profound relief wash over him. Finally, he thought, I can stop trying so hard. And in that moment of complete surrender to impermanence, to the reality that even his life might be ending, he experienced the peace he had been chasing for years. He realized that what he had been seeking was never hidden. It was simply obscured by his desperate attempts to grasp it. The enlightenment he had been fighting for was already present in every moment of letting go, in every breath that came and went without his control, in every experience that arose and passed away naturally. From that day forward, Bankei taught the simplest and most profound message: you are already perfect exactly as you are. Your only problem is that you don't believe it. He would tell his students, don't try to become a Buddha. You're already Buddha nature experiencing temporary thoughts and feelings. Don't fight the thoughts. Don't chase the feelings. Just notice that they come and go while you remain. This is the ultimate freedom that comes from understanding impermanence. You don't have to fix yourself, improve yourself, or become someone different to be worthy of peace. You simply have to stop clinging to the temporary experiences that flow through your awareness and remember that you are the vast, unchanging space in which all change occurs. Let me offer you a practice that can help you experience this truth directly. Right now, wherever you are, take a moment to notice something in your immediate environment. Perhaps the sound of traffic, the feeling of air on your skin, or the quality of light in the room. Really pay attention to it for about 10 seconds. Now notice, has it stayed exactly the same? The traffic sounds have shifted, the sensation on your skin has changed, the light has moved slightly. Even in this brief moment, you've witnessed impermanence in action. Nothing, absolutely nothing, remains static. And this isn't a philosophical concept. It's the living reality of every moment. Your thoughts right now are different from your thoughts 5 minutes ago. Your body has changed. New cells have been born, others have died, your breath has cycled thousands of times. You are literally not the same person who began listening to these words. This realization can be initially unsettling. If everything is constantly changing, where do we find security? But the Buddha discovered that true security doesn't come from trying to stop change. It comes from learning to flow with it gracefully. It's like learning to swim instead of fighting the water. The water will always be stronger than you, but when you stop fighting it and start moving with its currents, it becomes your ally instead of your enemy. Consider your greatest fear right now. Maybe it's the fear of loss, of failure, of being alone, of not being good enough. That fear feels so solid, so permanent, doesn't it? But watch it closely over the next few days. Notice how it changes intensity, how it comes and goes, how it's stronger in the morning or evening, how it shifts based on your thoughts, your environment, your physical state. You'll begin to see that even your deepest fears are not solid entities. They're constantly changing experiences that only have power when you believe they're permanent. The same is true for your pain, your anger, your sadness, your loneliness. And here's the beautiful paradox. It's also true for your joy, your love, your moments of peace and clarity. When you stop clinging to the positive experiences, trying to make them last forever, you actually allow yourself to enjoy them more fully. When you stop resisting the difficult experiences, knowing they're temporary, they lose their power to overwhelm you. There's an ancient Zen saying, "You are perfect as you are, and you could use a little improvement." This isn't a contradiction. It's pointing to the dynamic nature of existence. You are perfect in this moment, exactly as you are, because this moment is all there is. And you are also constantly changing, constantly growing, constantly becoming something new. The improvement happens naturally when you stop fighting the flow of change and start trusting it. The Buddha taught that there are 3 marks of existence: impermanence, suffering, and non-self. We suffer because we don't understand impermanence, and we don't understand impermanence because we cling to a solid sense of self that doesn't actually exist. But when we begin to see clearly that everything is constantly changing, including our sense of who we are, we discover a freedom that can't be taken away by any external circumstance. Let me tell you one more story about a master named Joshu who lived to be 120 years old. Students would often ask him how he maintained such peace and vitality despite his great age and the many changes he had witnessed. His answer was always the same: "I don't try to hold on to yesterday or reach for tomorrow. I simply meet each moment as it comes, like an old friend I haven't seen in a while." When pressed to explain further, Joshu would smile and say, "Each breath is brand new, each heartbeat unique, each moment unrepeatable. Why would I waste such gifts by wishing they were different? I am curious to see what each moment will teach me, what each change will reveal." Growing old is just another way of flowing. I don't resist the river of time. I let it carry me toward whatever comes next. This is the essence of living in harmony with impermanence, not passive resignation, but active engagement with the flow of life. When you understand that change is not your enemy but your teacher, you begin to approach each day with curiosity instead of dread. You start to see challenges as opportunities for growth, losses as chances to discover what truly matters, and uncertainty as the space where new possibilities can emerge. Tonight, as you continue listening to these words, I invite you to practice the art of letting go. Not letting go of what you love, but letting go of your desperate need to control how long it lasts. Not letting go of your dreams, but letting go of your attachment to exactly how they must unfold. Not letting go of caring, but letting go of the exhausting burden of trying to manage every outcome. Remember the merchant whose cart was broken, and how Master Mayoan taught him to see his circumstances as temporary. He learned to rebuild his business with a new understanding that success and failure are both temporary visitors, and his happiness didn't depend on controlling which one was visiting at any given time. He became successful again, but more importantly, he became free from the fear of loss, because he understood that loss, like everything else, is temporary. This is the gift that awaits you when you truly embrace the truth of impermanence. You become like water, flexible, responsive, able to flow around obstacles instead of being stopped by them. You become like the sky, vast enough to hold any weather, unchanged by the storms that pass through. You become like the ancient masters who found peace, not in controlling life, but in dancing with its ever-changing rhythms. As we prepare to journey deeper into these teachings, take a moment to feel the relief that comes with this understanding. Whatever you're struggling with right now, it's already changing. Whatever pain you're carrying, it's not as solid as it seems. Whatever fears are keeping you awake at night, they're temporary visitors in the vast space of your awareness. You don't have to fix everything right now. You don't have to have all the answers. You just have to remember that you are the unchanging awareness in which all change occurs, and that this awareness is vast enough, patient enough, and loving enough to hold everything that comes and goes. Let this truth settle into your bones, into your breath, into the deepest part of your being. You are safe, even in the midst of change. You are whole, even when things are falling apart. And you are free to flow with life instead of fighting it, free to trust the process instead of controlling it, free to find peace in the very impermanence that once frightened you. This is just the beginning of our journey together. There are deeper truths to explore, more stories to share, and greater freedoms to discover. But for now, rest in this knowing, change is not your enemy. It's the very force that makes growth, healing, and transformation possible. Trust it, flow with it, and let it carry you toward the peace you've been seeking all along. Right now, as you listen to these words, there's something happening that you've probably never noticed before. You're carrying around an invisible story about who you are, a collection of labels, memories, beliefs, and judgments that you've mistaken for your true self. This story feels so real, so solid, so fundamentally you, that questioning it might seem impossible or even frightening. But what if I told you that this story, this sense of being a fixed, unchanging person, is actually the source of most of your suffering, and that learning to see through it is the key to a freedom you never imagined possible? The Buddha made one of the most radical discoveries in human history when he realized that what we call self is actually an elaborate illusion. He called this insight anatta, or anatman, the teaching that there is no fixed, permanent self to be found anywhere in our experience. This doesn't mean you don't exist. Of course you do. But it means that who you really are is far more spacious, flexible, and free than the narrow story you've been telling yourself. Let me share with you the story of a young woman named Sari, who lived in ancient India during the Buddha's time. She was known throughout her village as the angry one, a person so defined by her quick temper that people would whisper warnings to each other when she approached. Sari herself had completely identified with this role, believing deeply that anger was simply who she was, part of her unchangeable nature. One day, exhausted by the weight of her reputation and the constant conflict it created, Sari sought out the Buddha. "Blessed One," she said, her voice tight with frustration, "I am cursed with a terrible nature. I am an angry person, and I cannot change this about myself. Everyone knows it, everyone expects it, and I'm tired of disappointing people when I try to be different." The Buddha looked at her with infinite compassion and asked a simple question. "Tell me, when you were sleeping last night, were you angry?" Sari looked confused. "No, of course not. I was asleep." "And when you were laughing with a child yesterday, I saw you playing with your neighbor's daughter. Were you angry then?" "No," she admitted quietly. "I felt joy." "Then tell me," the Buddha continued gently, "if you were truly an angry person, if anger was your fixed nature, how could you ever experience anything else? How could you sleep peacefully, laugh joyfully, or even feel curiosity about changing? What you call your anger is actually a temporary visitor in the vast space of your awareness, a cloud passing through the sky, not the sky itself." This conversation changed Sari's life completely. She began to see that she had been confusing temporary experiences with permanent identity. The anger that arose in her was real, but it wasn't who she was. It was simply a conditioned response that had become a habit. When she stopped defending her identity as an angry person, she created space for other qualities to emerge: patience, kindness, wisdom that had always been there, but were hidden beneath her fixed self-image. This is exactly what's happening in your own life right now. You've created a story about who you are based on your past experiences, your successes and failures, your personality traits, your relationships, your career, your beliefs. And while these elements are part of your experience, they are not the totality of who you are. They're more like clothes you're wearing. They can be changed, adjusted, or removed entirely without affecting the essential you that remains underneath. The Buddhist teaching of non-self isn't asking you to become nobody. It's inviting you to discover that you're much bigger than the somebody you thought you were. Think about it. You've been many different people throughout your life. The child you were at 5, the teenager you were at 15, the adult you are now, they share continuity, but they're also remarkably different. Your thoughts have changed, your body has changed, your interests and values have evolved. So which one is the real you? The truth is, there is no fixed, unchanging self to be found anywhere. What you call you is actually a dynamic process, a constantly flowing river of thoughts, sensations, emotions, and experiences happening within the spacious awareness that is your true nature. When you understand this deeply, something remarkable happens. You stop being trapped by your own self-concept and start living with genuine freedom. Let me tell you about Master Ikkyu, a Zen monk who lived in 15th century Japan and became famous for his unconventional approach to spiritual life. Unlike other monks who maintained serious, dignified personas, Ikkyu would sometimes be found drinking sake in taverns, writing playful poetry, or engaging in activities that shocked the religious establishment. When criticized for his behavior, he would smile and ask, "Which Ikkyu are you upset with? The monk, the poet, the friend, the student? I am all of these, and none of them." People couldn't understand how someone could be so inconsistent, but Ikkyu had discovered something profound. When you're not trapped by a fixed identity, you're free to respond authentically to each moment. He wasn't being fake or hypocritical. He was demonstrating what it looks like to live without the prison of self-definition. In the temple, he was fully present as a monk. In the tavern, he was fully present as a friend. In his poetry, he was fully present as an artist. He had learned to wear his roles lightly, like costumes that could be put on and taken off as needed. One of his most famous poems captures this freedom perfectly. Having nothing, nothing can be lost. Having no fixed identity, I am free to become anything the moment requires. What joy there is in this emptiness. What peace in having no self to defend. This might sound frightening at first. After all, if you're not who you think you are, then who are you? But this question itself reveals the trap. You're asking who, as if there must be a fixed answer, a solid identity to grasp onto. But what if the answer isn't a who, but a what? What if you're not a person having experiences, but awareness itself, temporarily taking the form of a person? The Buddha once said, "In the seeing, there is only seeing, no seer. In the hearing, there is only hearing, no hearer. In the thinking, there is only thinking, no thinker." This points to a radical truth. What you call yourself is actually just awareness, experiencing different phenomena, moment by moment. There's no separate entity standing apart from experience, observing it from the outside. There's just the pure experiencing itself. Let me share another story about a wealthy merchant named Chen, who came to visit Master Yunmen in ancient China. Chen was deeply troubled because he felt like a fraud in every aspect of his life. "Master," he confided, "at home, my family sees me as a devoted father and husband, but inside, I often feel impatient and selfish. In business, people respect me as an honest merchant, but I sometimes have greedy thoughts. In the community, I'm known as a generous donor to the temple, but my motivations aren't always pure. I feel like I'm living multiple lives, wearing different masks for different people. Which one is the real me? Yunmen listened patiently, then picked up a mirror from his desk. "Tell me," he said, "when this mirror reflects the mountain, is it a mountain mirror? When it reflects the sky, is it a sky mirror? When it reflects your face, is it a Chen mirror?" "No, Master," Chen replied, beginning to understand. "It's just a mirror, reflecting whatever appears before it." "Exactly, Yun," Men smiled. "You are like this mirror, pure awareness reflecting different experiences, different roles, different aspects of being human. The problem isn't that you have multiple facets. The problem is that you believe you must be only one fixed thing. A mountain doesn't stop being a mountain when clouds pass over it, and you don't stop being you when different thoughts and feelings arise. The mirror is never stained by what it reflects, and your true nature is never limited by the temporary experiences that appear within it." This teaching transformed Chen's relationship with himself completely. He stopped trying to maintain a consistent personality and started appreciating the richness of his multifaceted humanity. He could be genuinely patient with his children while acknowledging moments of irritation. He could be honestly generous while recognizing mixed motives. He could be authentically spiritual while embracing his human imperfections. He discovered that authenticity doesn't mean being consistent. It means being honest about the full spectrum of your experience, without needing to defend or justify any of it. This is what the Buddha meant when he taught about the 5 aggregates: form, sensation, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. He showed that what we call self is actually these 5 constantly changing processes working together, with no fixed entity controlling or experiencing them. It's like a symphony. There's music, but no separate musician apart from the playing. There's melody, harmony, and rhythm, but no solid symphony self that exists independently of these elements. When you really understand this, something profound shifts in how you relate to your problems. You stop taking your thoughts so personally because you realize they're just mental formations arising and passing away in awareness. You stop being so defensive about criticism because you're not protecting a fixed image anymore. You stop feeling trapped by your past because you realize that the person who had those experiences was already a different configuration of the 5 aggregates than who you are now. Let me tell you about a modern application of this ancient wisdom. There was a woman named Sarah who came to understand non-self during a particularly difficult period in her life. She had recently gone through a divorce, lost her job, and was struggling with depression. For months, she identified completely with these circumstances, thinking, "I am a failure, I am broken, I am someone who can't handle life." One evening, while walking in her garden, she noticed how the flowers were constantly changing, buds opening, petals falling, new growth emerging. Suddenly, she had a profound realization. The depression she was experiencing was like the weather in her inner sky, real, present, sometimes overwhelming, but not who she was. The failure she felt was like clouds passing through the vast space of her awareness, temporary formations that would eventually dissolve and be replaced by something else. This insight didn't make her problems disappear overnight, but it changed her relationship to them completely. Instead of being consumed by the identity of a depressed person, she could acknowledge the experience of depression while remaining connected to the awareness that was witnessing it. She could feel sad without becoming sadness, disappointed without becoming disappointment, scared without becoming fear. This gave her tremendous freedom to respond to her circumstances with wisdom rather than react from identification. The Buddha taught that our belief in a fixed self creates three fundamental forms of suffering: greed, hatred, and delusion. Greed arises when we think we need to get something to complete or improve our self-image. Hatred emerges when we perceive threats to our identity and try to push them away. Delusion keeps us trapped in the illusion that there's a solid self that needs protecting, improving, or defending in the first place. When you see through the illusion of fixed selfhood, all three forms of suffering naturally begin to dissolve. This doesn't mean you become passive or stop caring about your life. Instead, you start engaging with life from a place of freedom rather than compulsion. You can still have preferences, make plans, and work toward goals, but you're not driven by the desperate need to maintain or enhance a self-image. You can love deeply without possessing, create passionately without attachment, and give generously without keeping score, because there's no separate self that needs to gain or lose anything. Master Huangpo, one of the great Zen teachers, put it beautifully: your everyday mind, that is the way. When you're hungry, eat. When you're tired, sleep. When you're happy, laugh. When you're sad, cry. Just don't add the extra burden of believing these experiences define who you are. You are the aware space in which all experiences arise and pass away. Nothing more, nothing less, and certainly nothing that needs improvement. Let me share one more story that illustrates this freedom beautifully. There was a famous actor in ancient China named Li Wei, who was renowned for his ability to portray any character with complete authenticity. Whether he was playing a king or a peasant, a villain or a hero, audiences believed completely in his performance. When asked about his secret, Li Wei would smile and say, "I have no fixed character of my own, so I can become anyone the story requires." One day, a young actor approached him, frustrated by his own limitations. "Master Li," he said, "I want to be a great actor like you, but I keep getting trapped in my own personality. How can I learn to disappear into my roles?" Li Wei looked at him with twinkling eyes. "First, you must discover that there is no fixed personality to get trapped in. What you call your personality is just another character you've been playing for so long that you've forgotten it's a role. "But if I'm not my personality," the young man asked, "then who am I?" Li Wei laughed gently. "You are the one who can play any role because you are not limited by any role. You are the awareness that can witness kings and beggars, heroes and villains, joy and sorrow, without being defined by any of them. This is why great acting and great wisdom are the same thing. Both require you to be fully present without being trapped by identity. This is the invitation that Buddhist teaching offers you, to discover the freedom of living without being imprisoned by your own self-concept. You can still have a personality, still have preferences and opinions and ways of being in the world, but you hold them lightly, like costumes in a vast wardrobe, rather than chains around your neck. When you begin to see through the illusion of fixed selfhood, several beautiful things start to happen. First, you become much more compassionate toward yourself and others, because you realize that everyone is just doing their best from within their own limited self-stories. That person who cut you off in traffic isn't a bad person. Their awareness temporarily identified with stress, hurry, or distraction. Your own mistakes and flaws aren't evidence of your inadequacy. They're just temporary experiences arising in the vast space of your being. Second, you become incredibly adaptable and resilient because you're not invested in maintaining a consistent image. You can admit when you're wrong without feeling like your identity is threatened. You can change your mind without feeling like you're betraying yourself. You can grow and evolve without the fear that you're losing who you are, because you understand that who you are is the capacity for growth itself, not any fixed point along the journey. Third, you discover a profound sense of lightness and humor about the human experience. When you're not taking your self-story so seriously, you can laugh at your own contradictions, embrace your imperfections, and find joy in the absurdity of trying to be a consistent person in an inconsistent world. You realize that the spiritual path isn't about becoming perfect. It's about becoming comfortable with being perfectly imperfect. The Buddha taught that this realization of non-self is not something you achieve through thinking or analysis. It's something you discover through direct experience. You can't think your way out of the illusion of selfhood, because thinking itself happens within that illusion. Instead, you must learn to rest in the aware presence that witnesses all thinking, all feeling, all experiencing, without being limited by any of it. This is why meditation and mindfulness are so essential to this understanding. When you sit quietly and observe your experience without trying to change it, you begin to see directly that thoughts arise and pass away on their own. Emotions come and go like weather systems, and sensations constantly shift and change. You start to recognize that there's no solid you controlling any of this. There's just the natural flow of experience happening within awareness. As you deepen in this understanding, you might go through a period that spiritual teachers call the dark night of the soul, a time when your old sense of identity begins to dissolve before a new understanding has fully taken its place. This can feel disorienting or even frightening, like losing your moorings in a familiar harbor. But remember, you're not losing anything real. You're only losing the illusion that was causing you to suffer. What emerges on the other side is a sense of freedom, spaciousness, and authentic presence that no external circumstance can threaten. Tonight, as you continue listening to these teachings, I invite you to practice seeing through your own self-story. Notice how often you define yourself with statements like, "I am someone who always," or "I'm not the kind of person who," or "That's just how I am." Each time you catch yourself in this kind of thinking, gently ask, who is aware of this thought? Who is witnessing this belief about myself? You'll discover that the one who is aware of your self-concept is not limited by it. The awareness that witnesses your personality is more spacious than any personality. The consciousness that observes your story is not trapped within that story. This awareness, this witnessing presence, this open space of knowing, this is who you really are. You are not your thoughts, because you can observe your thoughts. You are not your emotions, because you can witness your emotions. You are not your body, because you can be aware of your body. You are not your story, because you can see your story as just another object appearing in consciousness. You are the awareness itself, vast, open, unchanging, and free. This understanding brings tremendous relief because it means you don't have to fix yourself, improve yourself, or become someone different to be whole. You already are the wholeness you've been seeking. You don't need to defend your image because you realize there's no solid image to defend. You don't need to prove your worth because your worth is not dependent on any story or achievement. It's inherent in your very being. As we prepare to explore even deeper aspects of this ancient wisdom, take a moment to feel the spaciousness that's available when you stop defending a fixed sense of self. Notice how much mental energy becomes available when you're not constantly monitoring and managing your self-image. Feel the relief that comes with knowing you don't have to be consistent, perfect, or anything other than authentically present to whatever is arising right now. This is the beginning of true freedom, not the freedom to do whatever you want, but the freedom to be who you really are beneath all the masks, stories, and identities you've collected along the way. You are vast enough to contain all possibilities, flexible enough to respond to any situation, and free enough to love without limitation. This is your birthright, your true nature, and the foundation of all genuine peace and happiness. Let this understanding settle into your bones, into your breath, into the deepest recognition of your being. You are not who you think you are. You are so much more. You are the space in which all identities arise and dissolve, the awareness in which all stories come and go, the love that needs no reason, and the peace that passes all understanding. Rest here, in this recognition, as we continue our journey into the heart of what it means to live with complete freedom and authentic presence. In this very moment, you're living in the middle of a great storm. Not just the external chaos of modern life, the endless notifications, the competing demands, the pressure to be more, do more, achieve more, but the internal storm of your own mind, trying to find solid ground in a world that refuses to stand still. You've probably tried both extremes, sometimes pushing harder, forcing solutions, gripping tightly to control, other times retreating, avoiding challenges, numbing yourself to escape the overwhelm. But what if I told you there's a third way, an ancient path discovered by the Buddha himself that leads directly through the center of the storm to a place of unshakable peace? This is the middle way, and it might be the most practical spiritual teaching ever discovered. It's not about finding some perfect balance point and staying there. That's impossible in a dynamic world. Instead, it's about learning to move gracefully between extremes, like a skilled sailor who knows when to adjust the sails, when to ride the wind, and when to drop anchor and wait for the storm to pass. Let me tell you the story of how the Buddha discovered this profound truth. For 6 years before his awakening, Prince Siddhartha practiced the most extreme forms of spiritual discipline imaginable. He fasted until his body was nothing but skin and bones, meditated until he nearly died from exhaustion, and tortured himself with practices so severe that his 5 companions were awed by his dedication. He believed that enlightenment could only come through the complete rejection of comfort, pleasure, and ease. But after years of this self-torture, he was no closer to freedom than when he began. His body was broken, his mind was clouded by weakness, and his spirit was crushed by the futility of his efforts. One day, as he sat by a river barely conscious from hunger, he heard a music teacher instructing his student on tuning a sitar. "If you tighten the strings too much," the teacher said, "they will snap and produce no music. If you leave them too loose, they will produce only noise. But when the tension is just right, neither too tight nor too loose, the most beautiful music can emerge." In that moment, Siddhartha understood everything. He had been tightening the strings of his spiritual practice until they were about to snap, creating not beautiful music but the harsh discord of self-destruction. Before his spiritual quest, he had lived with strings too loose, indulging in every pleasure without awareness or purpose. Neither extreme had brought him closer to truth. That very day, he accepted food from a village girl named Sujata, breaking his fast and shocking his companions who believed he had given up his spiritual quest. But Siddhartha had not given up. He had discovered something far more profound than extreme discipline or extreme indulgence. He had found the middle way, the path of wise responsiveness that moves dynamically between extremes as each situation requires. That evening, sitting under the Bodhi tree, with his body nourished but not indulged, his mind alert but not strained, he achieved the enlightenment that had eluded him through years of extremes. This teaching is not just ancient history, it's the key to navigating the unique challenges of your modern life. Right now, you're probably caught in your own version of these extremes. In your work, you might swing between periods of intense drive and complete burnout. In your relationships, you might alternate between giving everything and withdrawing completely. In your self-care, you might go from strict discipline to total abandonment. The middle way offers you a different approach entirely. Let me share the story of Master Linji, a Zen teacher who lived in 9th century China and became famous for his ability to respond perfectly to any situation without getting caught in extremes. Students would come to him with the most complex problems, expecting elaborate philosophical answers, but Linji had a gift for cutting straight to the heart of things with startling simplicity. One day, a wealthy merchant named Wang arrived at the monastery in a state of complete agitation. "Master," he said, "I am torn between two impossible choices. My business is failing, and I must decide whether to take a huge risk that could save everything, or lose what little I have left, or play it safe and slowly watch everything I've built crumble away. Every advisor gives me different counsel. Some say be bold, others say be cautious. I'm paralyzed by the decision and running out of time." Linji listened calmly, then stood up and walked to a small garden where bamboo grew beside the monastery wall. He pointed to the bamboo swaying gently in the breeze. "Tell me," he said to Wang, "is this bamboo being bold or cautious?" Wang stared at the bamboo, confused. I don't understand, Master. It's just bamboo moving in the wind." "Exactly," Linji smiled. "It's not trying to be bold or cautious. It's responding to what is actually happening. When the wind is gentle, it sways lightly. When the wind is strong, it bends deeply. When there's no wind, it stands straight. It never breaks because it never fights the conditions, but it never gives up its essential nature either. Your business decision will become clear when you stop trying to choose between being bold or cautious and start responding to what the situation actually requires." Wang spent the next 3 days at the monastery, not analyzing his business situation, but learning to quiet his mind enough to feel what was actually happening beneath all his fears and strategies. By the 4th day, he knew exactly what to do, a creative solution that was neither the risky gamble nor the safe retreat his advisors had proposed, but a responsive middle path that honored both prudence and courage. His business not only survived but thrived, because his decision came from wisdom rather than fear or greed. This is what the middle way looks like in practical application, not a rigid adherence to moderation, but a dynamic responsiveness that knows when to lean in and when to pull back, when to speak and when to remain silent, when to act and when to wait. It's like learning to dance with life instead of fighting it or surrendering to it completely. The Buddha taught that there are three fundamental ways we get trapped in extremes: through attachment, aversion, and ignorance. Attachment makes us cling too tightly, like over-tightening the strings of the sitar. Aversion makes us push too hard against what we don't want, creating resistance and conflict. Ignorance keeps us unconscious of what's actually happening, so we react from old patterns instead of responding to present reality. The middle way is the path of conscious, responsive engagement that avoids all three traps. Let me tell you about a modern woman named Maria who discovered this balance during one of the most challenging periods of her life. She was a successful architect who had always lived in extremes, either working 18-hour days on projects or crashing into complete exhaustion for weeks at a time. Her relationships followed the same pattern: intense periods of connection, followed by emotional withdrawal when things got difficult. When Maria's mother was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, her tendency toward extremes became unsustainable. At first, she threw herself into caregiving with the same intensity she brought to her work, trying to control every aspect of her mother's care, researching every treatment, and pushing herself to the breaking point. When that approach led to burnout and resentment, she swung to the opposite extreme, distancing herself emotionally and leaving most of the care to professional services. Neither approach brought her peace or served her mother well. Through a friend, Maria discovered Buddhist meditation and began attending talks at a local Zen center. There, she learned about the middle way and began to apply it to her impossible situation. Instead of trying to control her mother's illness or escape from it entirely, Maria learned to be present with whatever each day brought. Some days, she had the energy and emotional capacity to spend hours with her mother. Other days, she could only manage a brief visit or phone call. Instead of judging herself for these variations or trying to maintain perfect consistency, she began to honor her own rhythms and limitations while still showing up with love. She discovered that the middle way wasn't about doing less or doing more. It was about doing what was needed with awareness and compassion for both herself and her mother. On days when her mother was confused and agitated, Maria learned to stay calm and present, without trying to fix the situation. On days when her mother was lucid, she treasured their conversations without clinging to them or demanding they happen more often. This approach transformed not only her relationship with her mother's illness, but her entire way of being in the world. Her work became more sustainable because she learned to engage fully while recognizing her limits. Her relationships deepened because she could be present with both joy and difficulty without getting overwhelmed by either. She had found what the Buddha called the middle path that leads to peace. Not a perfect balance, but a dynamic responsiveness that could meet any situation with wisdom. The middle way is especially crucial in our current cultural moment because we're constantly bombarded with messages that push us toward extremes. Social media feeds us either outrage or false positivity, with little space for the nuanced middle ground where most of life actually happens. Self-help culture often promotes either intense optimization or complete surrender, missing the gentle perseverance that creates lasting change. Political discourse has become so polarized that finding common ground feels almost impossible. But the Buddha's teaching shows us another way. He said, "Avoid both indulgence and self-mortification. Neither leads to wisdom." In modern terms, this means avoiding both the extremes of constant self-improvement and the extremes of giving up on growth entirely. The middle way invites you to engage with your life fully while holding your efforts lightly, to care deeply while remaining unattached to outcomes. Let me share another story that illustrates this beautifully. There was once a Zen master named Joshu who was famous for living to be 120 years old while maintaining remarkable vitality and peace throughout his long life. Students would often ask him about his secret to longevity and happiness. One day, a young monk approached him with this question: "Master, I am confused about how to live. Some teachers say we should detach from the world completely to find peace, while others say we should engage fully with life to find meaning. Some say discipline is everything, others say spontaneity is the key. Some promote constant activity, others constant meditation. Which path is correct?" Joshu smiled and picked up his walking stick, which was worn smooth from decades of use. "Tell me," he said, "does this stick serve me better when I lean on it heavily or when I carry it without touching the ground?" The young monk thought carefully. "Neither, master. It serves you best when you use it as needed, sometimes for support, sometimes as a walking aid, sometimes just carried lightly at your side." "Now you understand the middle way," Joshu laughed. "I don't detach from life completely, nor do I cling to it desperately. I engage fully when engagement is called for, and I rest deeply when rest is needed. I practice discipline when it serves clarity, and I allow spontaneity when it brings joy. I work when work is meaningful, and I sit in stillness when stillness is wise. The path is not found in choosing one extreme or the other. It's found in learning to respond appropriately to whatever life presents. This responsiveness is perhaps the most practical skill you can develop for navigating modern life. Instead of having rigid rules about how you should always behave, you develop the wisdom to sense what each situation actually requires. Instead of getting trapped in reactive patterns, you create space to choose your response consciously. Consider how this might apply to your daily stress and overwhelm. When you feel overwhelmed, your mind probably jumps to extremes. Either you need to work harder and push through, or you need to escape completely and avoid all responsibilities. The middle way offers a third option: pause, breathe, and ask what this moment actually needs. Maybe what's needed is to prioritize ruthlessly, focusing on what's truly essential and letting go of what's merely urgent. Maybe it's to ask for help instead of trying to handle everything alone. Maybe it's to take a genuine break, not an escape from responsibility, but a conscious restoration of your energy so you can meet your responsibilities more effectively. The answer isn't found in a rule book. It's discovered through mindful attention to what's actually happening in your life right now. The Buddha taught that this middle path requires 3 essential qualities: mindfulness, right effort, and equanimity. Mindfulness allows you to see clearly what's happening without getting caught in stories about what it means. Right effort means engaging fully, without forcing, like the perfectly tuned strings of a musical instrument. Equanimity gives you the stability to remain centered, whether things are going well or poorly. Let me tell you about Master Dogen, the founder of Soto Zen in Japan, who embodied these qualities in his approach to spiritual practice. Unlike teachers who promoted intense retreats or dramatic breakthrough experiences, Dogen taught just sitting, a practice of meditation that was neither striving for special states nor spacing out in dullness. When students would come to him frustrated by their lack of dramatic spiritual experiences, Dogen would smile and say, "You are sitting Buddha right now. Why do you need to become something you already are?" When other students became lazy in their practice, thinking they didn't need to make any effort since they were already Buddha, he would gently but firmly guide them back to committed engagement. His teaching was perfectly calibrated to each person's tendency toward extremes. For the driven, achievement-oriented students, he emphasized being rather than becoming. For the passive, avoidant students, he emphasized the importance of sincere effort and dedication. He had mastered the art of meeting each person exactly where they were and guiding them toward the middle path. One of Dogen's most famous teachings captures this balance perfectly. Practice and enlightenment are one. This means you don't practice in order to achieve enlightenment in the future. Your sincere practice right now is enlightenment expressing itself. This completely dissolves the extreme of grasping for spiritual attainment, while maintaining the importance of dedicated engagement. This understanding can transform your relationship with any area of growth or change in your life. Whether you're working on your health, your relationships, your career, or your inner development, the middle way invites you to engage fully with the process while releasing attachment to specific outcomes. You do your best, consistently, and with care, while trusting that the results will unfold naturally according to causes and conditions beyond your control. I want to share one more story that shows how this principle applies to one of the most challenging aspects of modern life, the balance between solitude and connection. There was a hermit monk named Ryokan who lived alone in a small hut on Mount Kugami in Japan. Many people assumed he had chosen extreme isolation, cutting himself off from human connection entirely. But Ryokan's solitude was not an escape from the world. It was a way of preparing to meet the world more fully. Villagers would often find him playing with children, composing poetry with farmers, or sharing simple meals with anyone who needed company. His solitude had taught him to be present without neediness, to listen without agenda, and to love without attachment. When asked about his unusual lifestyle, neither completely withdrawn nor fully engaged with society, Ryokan would say, "I retreat not to escape people, but to discover what I have to offer them. I engage not to fill my emptiness, but to share my fullness." Both solitude and connection become effortless when neither is driven by need. This is the essence of the middle way in relationships, learning to be alone without loneliness and connected without dependency. You cultivate the capacity to be complete within yourself while remaining open to deep intimacy with others. You neither cling to relationships out of fear of abandonment, nor avoid them out of fear of losing your independence. As you continue listening tonight, I want you to notice your own tendencies toward extremes. Do you tend to be over-responsible or under-responsible? Do you swing between perfectionism and giving up entirely? Do you alternate between people-pleasing and isolation? These patterns aren't moral failures. They're simply conditioned habits that developed as survival strategies at some point in your life. The middle way doesn't ask you to judge these tendencies or force yourself to change them immediately. Instead, it invites you to bring gentle awareness to them, to notice when you're being pulled toward an extreme, and to experiment with finding the responsive center between opposing forces. The Buddha said, "Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace." The middle way is that one word, not a concept to understand intellectually, but a lived experience of moving through life with wisdom, balance, and responsive presence. It's the art of being fully engaged without being driven, completely relaxed without being passive, totally open without being naive. This path requires patience because it goes against our cultural conditioning toward quick fixes and dramatic solutions. The middle way is rarely dramatic. It's the quiet consistency of showing up day after day, the gentle persistence of staying present through both joy and difficulty, the humble wisdom of doing what's needed, without fanfare or recognition. But this patience is not passive waiting, it's active engagement with the present moment. It's the patience of a gardener who tends the soil, plants the seeds, and trusts the natural process of growth without trying to force flowers to bloom faster than their season allows. It's the patience of water that flows steadily around obstacles, neither rushing violently nor stagnating in pools, but finding the natural path forward through any terrain. As we reach this midpoint in our journey together tonight, take a moment to feel the relief that comes with releasing the burden of extremes. You don't have to have everything figured out perfectly. You don't have to choose between caring too much or not caring at all. You don't have to be either completely disciplined or completely spontaneous. The middle way gives you permission to be human, beautifully, imperfectly, responsively human. Notice how your body feels when you release the tension of trying to get life exactly right. Feel the spaciousness that opens when you stop forcing outcomes and start trusting the process. This is your natural state, not the extremes of grasping or avoiding, but the flowing responsiveness that knows how to meet each moment with appropriate action. You are learning to live like bamboo in the wind, flexible enough to bend without breaking, rooted enough to remain stable in storms, responsive enough to dance with whatever conditions arise. This is the ancient wisdom your modern life has been waiting for, not another system to master, but a way of being that brings peace to chaos, clarity to confusion, and grace to the inevitable challenges of being human. The middle way is not a destination you arrive at. It's a path you walk moment by moment, choice by choice, breath by breath. And right now, in this very moment, you are already walking it simply by listening with openness, by allowing these teachings to touch you without forcing them to change you, by being present to whatever is arising without needing it to be different. This is the profound ordinariness of awakening, not a special state you achieve, but the natural wisdom that emerges when you stop fighting life and start flowing with it. Continue walking this path with us as we explore even deeper aspects of this timeless wisdom, each step taking you further into the heart of what it means to live with complete freedom and authentic presence. Right now, there's an ocean of feeling moving through you that you've probably been trying to control, manage, or escape your entire life. Waves of emotion rise and fall in your inner world. Anxiety about tomorrow, sadness about yesterday, anger at what shouldn't be, joy that feels too fragile to trust. You've been taught to see these emotions as problems to solve, enemies to defeat, or weaknesses to overcome. But what if I told you that your emotions are not obstacles on your path to peace? They are the very waves that can carry you there. The Buddha discovered something revolutionary about human emotions that goes against everything our culture teaches us. He realized that we don't suffer because we have difficult feelings. We suffer because we resist them, fight them, or become completely identified with them. Emotions are like weather patterns in the vast sky of your awareness. They arise naturally, move through your experience, and dissolve on their own when we stop interfering with their natural flow. Let me share with you the story of Patakara, a woman who lived during the Buddha's time and experienced what might be the deepest emotional pain imaginable. She had married against her parents' wishes and moved far from home with her husband. When she became pregnant, she wanted to return to her family for the birth, but her husband refused to make the journey. Determined to see her parents, she set out alone while he was away. Her husband followed and caught up with her just as she went into labor during a terrible storm. He tried to build her shelter, but was bitten by a poisonous snake and died instantly. Patakara gave birth alone in the storm, holding her dead husband beside her newborn child. But her suffering had only begun. The next day, she had to cross a river, swollen by the storm. Unable to carry both children at once, she left her older child on one side while she carried the baby across. But as she was returning for her older son, he thought she was abandoning him and tried to follow her into the raging water. She watched helplessly as he was swept away and drowned. Devastated beyond measure, she continued toward her parents' village with her infant, only to discover that her entire family, parents, siblings, everyone she had ever loved, had been killed when their house collapsed in the same storm. In one terrible night, she had lost her husband, both children, and every family member she had in the world. The grief drove her completely mad. She wandered naked through the streets, her infant clutched to her chest, not even noticing when the baby died in her arms. People threw stones at her, thinking she was possessed by demons. For months, she lived in this state of complete emotional dissolution, neither eating nor sleeping properly, lost in an ocean of pain so vast it seemed impossible to survive. One day, still carrying her dead infant, she stumbled into a grove where the Buddha was teaching. The crowd recoiled from this mad, filthy woman, but the Buddha looked at her with infinite compassion. "Sister," he said gently, "put down your burden and come sit with me." Something in his voice penetrated her madness. For the first time in months, she truly saw what she was carrying, her dead child, and the full reality of her losses crashed over her like a tidal wave. She began to wail with such intensity that everyone in the grove felt their hearts breaking just to hear it. But the Buddha didn't try to stop her crying or comfort her with empty words. Instead, he said something that changed her life forever. "Let the grief flow through you like water through a riverbed. Do not try to dam it up, and do not try to become the river. You are the spacious earth that holds the riverbed, vast enough to contain any flood, unchanged by whatever waters pass through." As Pattakara continued to weep, the Buddha began teaching about the nature of loss and impermanence. "All conditioned things pass away," he said. "This is the nature of existence, not a cruel exception that has singled you out, but the fundamental truth that connects you to every being who has ever lived and loved and lost. Your pain is real and valid, but it is not who you are. Feel it fully, honor it completely, and let it move through the vast space of your being without becoming trapped in its current." Over the following days, as Pattakara remained in the grove listening to the Buddha's teachings, something extraordinary happened. Her grief didn't disappear. It continued to move through her in waves, sometimes gentle, sometimes overwhelming. But she stopped fighting it, stopped trying to escape it, and stopped believing that the intensity of her pain meant she was broken or going crazy. She learned to feel her emotions completely while remaining connected to the awareness that was experiencing them. The grief was vast, but her capacity to hold it was even vaster. The pain was intense, but the consciousness, witnessing the pain, was unharmed by its passage. She discovered that she could be completely present with her suffering without drowning in it, just as the ocean can contain the most violent storms without being disturbed in its depths. Pattakara eventually became one of the Buddha's most realized disciples, known for her profound wisdom about working with intense emotions. When people asked her how she had survived such devastating losses, she would say, "I learned that I am not my grief, though grief moves through me. I am not my pain, though pain visits me. I am the awareness in which all experiences arise and pass away, spacious enough to hold anything, stable enough to remain present through any storm." This teaching is not just ancient wisdom, it's exactly what you need to know about your own emotional life right now. Whether you're dealing with anxiety that feels overwhelming, anger that seems uncontrollable, sadness that appears endless, or any other difficult feeling, the same principle applies. You don't have to drown in emotion, because you are not the emotion. You are the awareness experiencing it. The Buddha taught that emotions arise from three fundamental causes: attachment, aversion, and ignorance. We feel positive emotions when we get something we want, negative emotions when we encounter something we don't want, and confusion when we don't understand what's happening. But here's the crucial insight. These emotional reactions are not permanent features of your personality. They're temporary responses to temporary conditions. Let me tell you about Master Yunmen, a Zen teacher who was famous for his emotional freedom and spontaneous responses to life. Students were amazed by his ability to feel deeply without being overwhelmed, to express anger without being consumed by it, to experience sadness without falling into despair. When asked about his secret, he would smile and tell this story. "When I was a young monk," he said, "I was tormented by rage. Every criticism from my teacher, every difficulty in meditation, every small inconvenience would trigger explosive anger that seemed to possess me completely. I would spend days consumed by fury, then weeks consumed by shame about my fury. I believed I was fundamentally flawed, that enlightenment was impossible for someone with such a terrible temper. One day, after a particularly violent outburst, I was sitting by a mountain stream, hating myself and contemplating leaving the monastery forever. As I watched the water flowing past, I noticed how it would rush and tumble violently over rocks, creating great turbulence and noise. But just a few feet downstream, the same water would return to peaceful flowing, as if the turbulence had never happened. Suddenly, I understood. The water didn't become the turbulence. It simply experienced turbulence as one of many conditions it encountered on its journey. My anger was like this turbulence, intense, loud, disruptive, but temporary. The problem wasn't that I felt anger. The problem was that I identified with it so completely that I forgot I was the flowing water, not the temporary disturbance. From that day forward, Yunmen approached his emotions completely differently. When anger arose, he would say to himself, "Anger is visiting," rather than, "I am angry." When sadness came, he would think, sadness is flowing through, instead of, I am sad. This simple shift in language created enormous space between his essential self and his temporary emotional states. He became known for his ability to feel everything fully while remaining unshaken by any of it. Students would see him weep at beauty, laugh with joy, or express righteous anger at injustice, but always with a quality of freedom that showed he was not trapped by any emotional state. Feel everything, he would teach, but become nothing. Experience all, but identify with none. This distinction between feeling and becoming is perhaps the most important emotional skill you can develop. Right now, you probably have emotions that you've become so identified with that you can't imagine existing without them. Maybe you think of yourself as an anxious person, or someone who gets depressed, or a person with anger issues. But these labels are not describing your true nature. They're describing temporary patterns of emotional reactivity that have become habitual. The Buddha said, "You are not your anger. You are not your fear. You are not your sadness." These are experiences that arise in the sky of your awareness, like clouds that form and dissolve without staining the vastness that holds them. When you remember that you are the sky, not the weather, you discover a peace that no emotional storm can disturb. Let me share a story about a modern application of this wisdom. There was a therapist named Dr. Sarah Chen who worked with trauma survivors and had always prided herself on her professional composure. But when her teenage daughter was killed in a car accident, Sarah's carefully maintained emotional equilibrium shattered completely. For months, she was overwhelmed by waves of grief, rage, and despair that seemed to have no beginning or end. As a mental health professional, she knew all the theories about processing grief, but the reality of her loss was far more chaotic and uncontrollable than anything she had studied. She found herself cycling through emotions so rapidly that she felt like she was losing her mind. One particularly difficult evening, as she sat crying in her daughter's empty bedroom, Sarah remembered something a Buddhist teacher had once told her: "You cannot control the waves, but you can learn to surf." In that moment, she realized she had been trying to stop the ocean of her grief instead of learning to move with it. She began to practice what she called emotional surfing. Instead of fighting her feelings or trying to escape them, she would breathe deeply and say, "Grief is here, anger is here, despair is here." She would acknowledge each emotion as a temporary visitor, feeling it fully while remembering that she was the space in which it was occurring, not the emotion itself. This practice didn't make her grief disappear. It was still intense, still painful, still overwhelming at times. But it changed her relationship to the grief in a way that made it survivable. Instead of drowning in the waves, she learned to let them carry her, trusting that each wave would eventually return her to shore. Sarah's experience illustrates one of the most practical aspects of Buddhist emotional wisdom. You don't have to feel better to practice these teachings. And the teachings aren't designed to make you feel better in the conventional sense. Instead, they help you develop the capacity to be present with whatever you're feeling without being overwhelmed by it. This presence, this ability to remain aware and responsive even in the midst of intense emotion, is what the Buddha called the supreme happiness, not the absence of difficult feelings, but the freedom to experience them without being destroyed by them. Let me teach you some practical techniques that you can use right now to work with difficult emotions in this Buddhist way. The first technique is called RAIN, and it stands for recognize, allow, investigate, and nurture. When you notice a difficult emotion arising, the first step is to recognize what's happening. Instead of getting immediately caught up in the story about why you're feeling this way, simply notice, anxiety is here, or anger is present, or sadness is arising. This recognition creates a small but crucial space between you and the emotion. The second step is to allow the emotion to be there without trying to fix it, change it, or make it go away. This doesn't mean you have to like the feeling or welcome it enthusiastically. It just means you stop adding the extra layer of resistance that says, this shouldn't be happening. You can say to yourself, it's okay that this is here right now. I don't have to fight it. The third step is to investigate the emotion with kind curiosity. Where do you feel it in your body? What are the physical sensations? Tightness, heat, heaviness, restlessness. What thoughts are accompanying the emotion? What stories is your mind telling about what this feeling means? This investigation helps you see the emotion more clearly, instead of being lost in its intensity. The final step is to nurture yourself with the same kindness you would offer a good friend who was struggling. You might place your hand on your heart and say, "This is a moment of suffering. Suffering is part of life. May I be kind to myself in this moment." Or you might simply breathe deeply and remind yourself, "I am the awareness experiencing this emotion. I am bigger than any feeling that passes through me." Let me tell you about Master Huangpo, who taught one of the most beautiful techniques for working with overwhelming emotions. He called it the method of the empty boat. He would tell his students this story. Imagine you are in a small boat on a lake, enjoying the peaceful morning, when suddenly another boat crashes into yours. Your natural reaction would be anger. How dare this person be so careless, so inconsiderate? But then you look up and realize the other boat is empty, drifting with the current, with no one steering it. Instantly, your anger disappears. Replaced by practical action, you simply push the empty boat away and continue on your journey. Your emotions, Huangpo would explain, are like empty boats that crash into the peaceful lake of your awareness. They seem to be steered by intention, by meaning, by someone who wants to disturb your peace. But when you look closely, you see they are empty, arising from conditions, not from any solid self or permanent cause. When you realize this, you stop taking them so personally and simply let them drift past without getting caught in their current. This teaching points to something profound. Most of our emotional suffering comes not from the emotions themselves, but from the stories we tell about them. We think our anxiety means we're weak, our anger means we're bad, our sadness means we're broken. But emotions are just energy moving through the body. They don't have inherent meaning until we give them meaning. Another powerful technique comes from the Tibetan Buddhist tradition and is called feeding your demons. This practice, developed by teacher Lama Tsultrim Alyon, involves personifying your difficult emotion and actually having a conversation with it. Instead of trying to get rid of the emotion, you ask it what it needs and offer to meet that need in a healthy way. For example, if you're struggling with chronic anxiety, you might visualize the anxiety as a character, perhaps a small, frightened animal or a worried old person. Then you would ask this character, "What do you need from me? What are you trying to protect me from?" Often, you'll discover that difficult emotions are actually trying to help you in misguided ways. Your anxiety might be trying to keep you safe. Your anger might be trying to protect your boundaries. Your sadness might be trying to help you process loss. When you acknowledge these positive intentions and find healthier ways to meet the underlying needs, the intense emotional charge often dissolves naturally. The anxiety realizes it doesn't have to be so vigilant because you're taking appropriate care of yourself. The anger relaxes because you're learning to set boundaries clearly and kindly. The sadness softens because you're giving it permission to flow without trying to shut it down. I want to tell you about a Zen master named Bankei, who discovered something remarkable about the relationship between emotions and identity. As a young man, he was consumed by what he called the burning question, an obsessive need to understand his true nature that drove him to extreme practices and nearly killed him. For years, he was tormented by doubt, fear, and spiritual ambition that seemed to possess him completely. One day, weakened by years of struggle and convinced he was dying, Bankei had a profound realization. As he lay coughing up blood, he suddenly saw that all his emotional turmoil was happening within a vast, unborn awareness that was completely unaffected by any of it. Even this dying, he realized, is just another experience arising in the deathless awareness that I am. From that moment forward, Bankei taught what he called the unborn Buddha, mind, the recognition that your essential nature is the awareness in which all experiences arise, including all emotions. This awareness is never born and never dies, never increases or decreases, never gets better or worse. It simply witnesses everything with perfect equanimity, like a mirror that reflects everything without being changed by anything it reflects. When anger arises, Bankei would teach, don't try to not be angry, and don't indulge in being angry. Simply recognize that anger is arising in the unborn Buddha mind, and it will naturally subside on its own. When sadness comes, don't push it away and don't get lost in it. Just see that sadness is appearing in the deathless awareness that you are, and it will pass like all temporary phenomena. This teaching offers perhaps the most radical reframe possible for working with difficult emotions. You don't need to heal them, transform them, or transcend them. You simply need to recognize that they are temporary visitors in the vast space of your being, and this recognition itself is enough to prevent you from drowning in their intensity. But let's bring this wisdom into the practical reality of your daily life. Maybe you struggle with social anxiety that makes simple interactions feel overwhelming. Instead of seeing this as a personal failing or something you need to fix before you can be happy, you can practice recognizing anxiety is arising in awareness right now. The awareness is not anxious, it's simply witnessing the experience of anxiety. I can feel the physical sensations, notice the worried thoughts, and remain connected to the spacious presence that is observing it all. Or perhaps you deal with depression that makes everything feel heavy and meaningless. Rather than identifying completely with the depressed state, you can practice seeing depression is moving through me like weather through the sky. The sky is not depressed, it simply provides space for all weather to arise and pass away. I can honor this sadness, feel it fully, and trust that like all weather, it will eventually change. Maybe you struggle with anger that feels dangerous and uncontrollable. Instead of judging yourself as a bad person or trying to suppress the anger completely, you can learn to observe anger is present in this moment. It has its own energy, its own message, its own natural lifespan. I can listen to what it's trying to tell me without acting from it impulsively, and I can let it move through me without becoming it. The Buddha taught that this way of working with emotions leads to what he called the 4 unlimited qualities: loving, kindness, compassion, appreciative joy, and equanimity. These aren't emotions you have to manufacture or force yourself to feel. They arise naturally when you stop being trapped by emotional reactivity and start responding from the open awareness that is your true nature. Loving kindness emerges when you're no longer defended against life. Compassion flows when you understand that everyone is struggling with the same human challenge of learning to work skillfully with difficult emotions. Appreciative joy bubbles up when you're not comparing your inner experience to anyone else's. And equanimity, the ability to remain present and responsive, regardless of circumstances, becomes your natural state when you're no longer identified with the temporary weather patterns of emotion. Let me share one final story that illustrates the profound freedom that comes from mastering this approach to emotions. There was a woman named Kisagotami who lived during the Buddha's time and became famous for her emotional resilience and wisdom. But she hadn't always been this way. In fact, her journey began with the most devastating emotional crisis imaginable. After losing her only child and searching desperately for a way to bring him back to life, Kisagotami found the Buddha and begged him for help. The Buddha agreed to help her, but first asked her to bring him a mustard seed from a household where no one had ever died. As she went from house to house, she discovered that loss and death were universal human experiences. Every household had been touched by grief. This realization didn't take away her pain, but it transformed her relationship to it completely. She understood that her suffering was not a personal punishment or a sign that something was wrong with her. It was part of the shared human experience of loving and losing in a world where everything changes. This understanding gave her the strength to feel her grief fully without being destroyed by it. Years later, when people would come to Kisagotami seeking help with their own emotional struggles, she would share what she had learned. Pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. You cannot control what feelings arise, but you can learn to surf the waves instead of drowning in them. Every emotion is a teacher if you listen to it with wisdom instead of getting lost in its story. And beneath all the changing weather of your inner world, you are the unchanging sky, vast enough to hold any storm, stable enough to remain present through any turbulence. Tonight, as you continue on this journey with us, I want you to practice this approach to whatever emotions are arising in you right now. Maybe you're feeling peaceful and relaxed. Notice that this too is a temporary visitor in awareness, and enjoy it without clinging to it. Maybe you're feeling anxious or restless. See if you can welcome even these difficult visitors with curiosity instead of resistance. Remember that you are not your emotions. You are the awareness experiencing them. You are not the waves. You are the ocean that contains them. You are not the weather. You are the sky that provides space for all weather to arise and pass away. This recognition doesn't make you cold or disconnected. It makes you infinitely more compassionate because you're no longer drowning in your own reactivity and can respond to life from wisdom instead of compulsion. Feel the relief that comes with this understanding. You don't have to fix your emotions, perfect your emotional responses, or wait until you feel better to be at peace. You can be at peace right now, in the middle of whatever you're feeling, by remembering that you are the vast awareness in which all feelings arise and dissolve. This is your refuge, your strength, and your freedom, not dependent on emotional states, but present in every moment of conscious awareness, waiting patiently for you to remember who you really are. Every word you speak is a seed planted in the field of reality, and right now, you're surrounded by the harvest of every conversation you've ever had. The way people respond to you, the relationships you've built or broken, the opportunities that have opened or closed, the inner peace you feel or the conflict that surrounds you, all of this has been shaped, in part, by the quality of attention you bring to your speech. Tonight, you're going to discover something that could transform not just how you communicate, but how you experience every moment of connection with another human being. The Buddha taught that speech is one of the most powerful forces in human life because words don't just describe reality, they actively create it. Every time you speak, you're not just sharing information, you're planting seeds that will grow into future experiences, relationships, and inner states. He called this speech karma, the understanding that our words have consequences that ripple far beyond the moment they're spoken, shaping our lives in ways we rarely recognize. Let me tell you about Master Nan-in, a Zen teacher who lived in Japan during the Meiji era and became famous for his extraordinary skill in communication. Students would travel from across the country to learn from him, not because he had dramatic teachings or performed miracles, but because everyone who spoke with him felt somehow transformed by the encounter. People said that after just one conversation with Master Nan-in, they felt more understood, more peaceful, and more clear about their own lives than they had in years. One day, a successful businessman named Sato came to visit Master Nan-in, full of frustration and anger. "Master," he said, his voice tight with emotion, "I am surrounded by idiots and incompetents. My employees don't listen, my partners don't understand, my family doesn't appreciate me, and my friends have all disappointed me. Every conversation I have turns into an argument or a waste of time. I'm beginning to think that meaningful communication is impossible in this world." Master Nan-in listened quietly, then poured tea for both of them. As he handed Sato the cup, he said gently, "Tell me, when you pour bitter tea into a cup, what taste do you expect from the cup?" Sato looked confused. "Bitter, of course. The cup will taste like whatever is poured into it." "And when you pour sweet tea into the same cup?" Nan-in asked. "Sweet, naturally." Master Nan-in smiled. "The people around you are like empty cups, and your words are the tea you pour into them. You have been pouring the bitter tea of frustration, judgment, and demand, then wondering why every interaction tastes bitter. What would happen if you began to pour different tea?" This simple question changed everything for Sato. He began to pay attention to the quality of energy behind his words before he spoke. Instead of beginning conversations with what was wrong, he started by acknowledging what was working. Instead of speaking from his need to be right, he spoke from curiosity about others' perspectives. Instead of using words to control outcomes, he used them to create connection. Within weeks, Sato noticed that people were responding to him completely differently. His employees became more creative and engaged. His partners began seeking his input on important decisions. His family started sharing their real thoughts and feelings with him. The same people he had called idiots and incompetents revealed depths of wisdom and capability he had never seen before, because his bitter tea had never given them space to show their sweetness. This transformation illustrates one of the most profound Buddhist teachings about speech. The quality of our inner state, when we speak, is far more important than the actual words we use. The Buddha said, "Hatred is never appeased by hatred in this world. By non-hatred alone is hatred appeased. This is a law eternal." This doesn't just apply to dramatic conflicts. It applies to every moment of communication in your daily life. When you speak from frustration, you create frustration in others. When you speak from fear, you evoke defensiveness. When you speak from neediness, you inspire withdrawal. But when you learn to speak from presence, from a place of inner stillness and genuine interest in connection, you create space for others to meet you with their own presence. Let me share another story about Master Ikkyu, the unconventional Zen monk who was known for his ability to communicate profound truths through the simplest words. One evening, a young scholar came to him, proud of his vast knowledge of Buddhist scriptures and philosophy. The scholar spent an hour demonstrating his learning, quoting texts, explaining complex theories, and showing off his intellectual understanding. When the scholar finally finished, expecting praise for his wisdom, Master Ikkyu simply said, "It's raining." The scholar was baffled. "Master, I don't understand. I've just shared deep insights about the nature of enlightenment, and you comment on the weather." Ikkyu smiled. "Yes, and which of us is actually present to what's happening right now?" He gestured toward the window where raindrops were creating gentle patterns on the glass. "You have been talking about reality for an hour, but you missed the reality that was actually occurring in this moment. Your words were full of information but empty of presence. My words carried no information but were completely full of this moment. Which kind of speech do you think creates more connection? Words about truth or words from truth?" This story points to something crucial about mindful communication, the difference between speaking about life and speaking from life. Most of our daily conversation happens on autopilot. We're sharing information, managing impressions, filling silence, or trying to get something from the other person. But when we learn to speak from presence, our words become vehicles for real connection rather than barriers to it. The Buddha outlined 4 qualities of speech that create positive karma and support spiritual development: truthfulness, kindness, usefulness, and harmony. But these aren't just moral guidelines. They're practical instructions for creating the kind of communication that nurtures both you and everyone you speak with. Truthfulness doesn't mean brutal honesty or sharing every thought that crosses your mind. It means speaking from what you actually know and feel, rather than from what you think you should say or what you think the other person wants to hear. When you speak truthfully, your words carry a quality of authenticity that others can sense immediately, even if they can't articulate what they're sensing. I want to tell you about a modern example of this principle in action. There was a woman named Jennifer who worked as a manager in a large corporation and prided herself on always being positive and supportive with her team. But despite her constant encouragement and cheerful demeanor, her employees seemed distant and unmotivated, and she couldn't understand why her communication wasn't working. One day, during a particularly challenging project, Jennifer felt overwhelmed and exhausted, but tried to maintain her usual upbeat attitude during a team meeting. Halfway through her enthusiastic pep talk, she suddenly stopped and said, "I need to be honest with you all. I'm actually feeling pretty overwhelmed right now, and I imagine some of you might be feeling the same way. Instead of pretending everything is perfect, maybe we could talk about what's really challenging about this project and figure out how to support each other through it." The change in the room was immediate and palpable. Her team members began sharing their own struggles and concerns, offering practical solutions and emotional support to each other. For the first time in months, Jennifer felt genuinely connected to her team, and they began working together with an energy and creativity that surprised everyone. Later, one of her employees told her, "We always appreciated your positivity, but we could tell it wasn't really authentic. When you started being honest about your own experience, it gave us permission to be real too. That's when we could actually help each other instead of just pretending everything was fine." This illustrates the power of speaking from truth rather than from image management. When your words come from what's actually happening in your experience, they create an invitation for others to be authentic as well. This authenticity is what transforms ordinary conversation into meaningful connection. The second quality, kindness, is often misunderstood as always being nice or agreeable. But Buddhist kindness in speech is more about the intention behind your words than their surface content. You can say difficult things with kindness when your intention is to help rather than to hurt, to clarify rather than to confuse, to connect rather than to control. Master Joshu, the Zen teacher who lived to be 120, was famous for his kind but uncompromising way of responding to students' questions. People would come to him with elaborate spiritual problems, seeking complex solutions, but Joshu had a gift for cutting through confusion with startling directness. One day, a monk approached him saying, "Master, I've been meditating for years, studying scriptures, following all the rules, but I still don't feel enlightened. What am I doing wrong? What more do I need to do to find peace?" Joshu looked at him with twinkling eyes and said, "Go drink some tea." The monk was frustrated. "Master, I'm asking about the deepest questions of existence, and you tell me to drink tea. This isn't helpful." "Who is not helpful?" Joshu asked gently. "The tea that would nourish your body, the present moment that would quiet your seeking mind, or the teacher who is pointing you toward what you already have." Years later, that monk realized that Joshu's seemingly simple response was the most compassionate thing anyone had ever said to him. Instead of giving him more concepts to grasp or practices to perform, Joshu had pointed him toward the immediate simplicity of just being present to his actual experience. The kindness wasn't in the words themselves. It was in the love that wanted to free him from unnecessary complexity. This teaches us that truly kind speech sometimes means saying what the other person needs to hear rather than what they want to hear. But the key is that this challenging speech comes from care, not from anger, from wisdom, not from superiority, from a genuine desire to help, not from a need to be right. The third quality, usefulness, asks us to consider whether our words actually serve the situation or the relationship. So much of our speech is either unnecessary commentary or repetitive patterns that don't add anything meaningful to the moment. When you learn to pause before speaking and ask, "Will these words help?" you discover how much of your usual conversation is just mental noise being shared aloud. There's a beautiful Zen story about Master Huang Po, who was known for his powerful silence as much as his profound words. A visiting scholar once spent an entire afternoon with him, expecting deep philosophical discussions, but Huang Po said almost nothing. They sat together, walked in the garden, shared tea, and watched the clouds move across the sky, all in comfortable silence. As the scholar was preparing to leave, feeling slightly disappointed by the lack of verbal teaching, Huang Po finally spoke, "Tell me, in all your years of studying and discussing philosophy, have you ever had a conversation more satisfying than this one?" The scholar paused, surprised to realize that he felt more peaceful and clear than he had after any intellectual discussion. "No, Master, this silence has been more profound than all my talking." "Then you understand," Huang Po smiled, "that sometimes the most useful speech is no speech at all. Words should be like medicine, used only when they heal, only in the right dosage, and never when silence would serve better." This teaching is particularly relevant in our current culture of constant communication. We're surrounded by endless noise, notifications, conversations, commentary, and we often add to this noise without considering whether our words are actually contributing something valuable. Learning to speak only when your words serve a genuine purpose creates space for more meaningful communication when you do choose to speak. The fourth quality, harmony, is about using speech to build bridges rather than walls, to create understanding rather than division, to find common ground rather than emphasize differences. This doesn't mean avoiding difficult topics or pretending to agree when you don't. It means approaching, even challenging conversations with the intention to connect rather than to win, to understand rather than to dominate. Let me tell you about Master Yun Men, who was renowned for his ability to engage in the most heated discussions without creating enemies. One day, two monks came to him with a bitter dispute about the correct interpretation of a Buddhist text. Each was convinced the other was dangerously wrong, and their argument had been going on for weeks, creating tension throughout the monastery. Instead of taking sides or offering his own interpretation, Yun Men listened carefully to both positions. Then he said, "You are both completely right, and you are both completely wrong." The monks were baffled. "Master, how can we both be right and wrong about the same thing?" "You are both right about what the text means to you in this moment," Yun Men explained. "Your understanding serves your current level of development and addresses your particular spiritual needs. But you are both wrong in thinking that your interpretation is the only valid one, or that the other's understanding threatens the truth. He continued, "The Buddha's teaching is like water that takes the shape of whatever container holds it. When poured into a round bowl, it becomes round. When poured into a square cup, it becomes square." The teaching itself is unchanged, but it manifests differently for each person who receives it. Instead of arguing about whose container is correct, why not be grateful that the same truth can nourish different people in different ways? This approach completely shifted the monks' relationship to their disagreement. Instead of seeing each other as threats to truth, they began to see each other as fellow seekers exploring different facets of the same wisdom. Their discussion continued, but now with curiosity instead of hostility, with mutual respect instead of defensive positioning. But perhaps the most profound aspect of Buddhist teaching about speech is the understanding that silence itself is a form of communication. In Zen tradition especially, students learn that the most important truths often cannot be spoken, and that sometimes the most powerful response to a question is no response at all. There's a famous story about the Buddha himself that illustrates this perfectly. One day, a large crowd had gathered to hear him teach, expecting profound discourses about the nature of reality. But when the Buddha took his seat, instead of speaking, he simply held up a single flower and gazed at it silently. The crowd grew restless, waiting for words of wisdom, but the Buddha continued to sit in silence, holding the flower. Most people were confused or disappointed, but one disciple, Mahakasyapa, suddenly smiled with deep understanding. In that moment of recognition, the Buddha nodded and said, "I have the treasure of the true Dharma I, the marvelous mind of nirvana, which I now entrust to Mahakasyapa." This story, known as the Flower Sermon, is considered the beginning of the Zen tradition because it points to the reality that the deepest truths cannot be captured in words. They can only be transmitted from presence to presence, in moments of direct recognition that transcend verbal communication. This doesn't mean that words are unimportant, or that we should stop talking entirely. Rather, it suggests that our words are most powerful when they arise from the same silence that held the Buddha's flower, from a place of deep presence and authentic connection rather than from mental noise or social conditioning. Let me share a practical way to begin developing this quality of mindful speech in your daily life. Before you speak in any conversation, whether it's casual small talk or an important discussion, try pausing for just one breath and asking yourself 3 questions. Is this true? Is this kind? Is this necessary? This simple practice can transform your communication immediately. You'll discover how often you speak from habit rather than choice, how many words you use that don't actually serve the conversation, and how much more powerful your speech becomes when it's filtered through these 3 qualities. The question, "Is this true?" helps you speak from authenticity rather than from what you think you should say. "Is this kind?" ensures that your words come from care rather than from ego or reactive emotion. "Is this necessary?" prevents you from adding unnecessary noise to the world and helps you use your words more intentionally. Another powerful practice comes from the Vietnamese Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh, who taught deep listening as the foundation of mindful communication. Before focusing on what you want to say, you first learn to listen with your whole being, not just to the words the other person is speaking, but to the emotions, needs, and deeper intentions beneath their words. When you listen this deeply, you naturally begin to respond rather than react. Your words come from understanding rather than from assumption, from compassion rather than from defensiveness. People can sense when they're being truly heard, and this quality of listening often does more to heal and connect than any particular words you might speak. I want to tell you about a woman named Susan who transformed her marriage by applying these principles of mindful communication. She and her husband David had been stuck in repetitive patterns of conflict for years. The same arguments about money, household responsibilities, and time management that seemed to go nowhere and left both of them feeling unheard and unappreciated. One evening, after another frustrating argument, Susan remembered something she had learned about Buddhist speech practices. Instead of continuing to defend her position or trying to make David understand her point of view, she took a deep breath and said, "I want to start over. I realize I haven't been really listening to you. I've been planning what to say next. Could you help me understand what you're actually feeling about this situation?" The shift in David's response was immediate. Instead of the defensive explanations he usually offered, he began sharing his deeper concerns and fears about their financial future. As Susan listened without preparing her rebuttal, she began to understand that his focus on budgeting wasn't about controlling her spending. It was about wanting to feel secure enough to enjoy their life together. When it was her turn to speak, Susan found that her words came from a completely different place. Instead of defending her right to spend money, she could acknowledge his need for security, while also sharing her need for some financial freedom to express generosity and spontaneity. They were able to find solutions that honored both needs because they were finally communicating from understanding rather than from positions. Over time, this approach transformed not just their conflicts but their entire relationship. They discovered that most of their arguments had been about surface issues, but their underlying needs for security, appreciation, autonomy, and connection were actually compatible. When they learned to speak from these deeper truths, rather than from defensive strategies, they could work together as partners rather than adversaries. The Buddha taught that right speech is not just about the words you say, but about the mental state from which you speak. When your mind is agitated, angry, or grasping, even well-intentioned words can create harm. But when you speak from inner stillness, even difficult truths can be received with openness and gratitude. This is why many Buddhist practitioners spend time in silent meditation before important conversations. Not to plan what they'll say, but to connect with the quality of presence that makes authentic communication possible. In this stillness, you can feel the difference between words that come from ego and words that come from wisdom, between speech that seeks to control and speech that seeks to serve. Master Dogen taught his students a practice called just sitting, just speaking, the idea that both meditation and communication are opportunities to express your Buddha nature when done with complete presence. When you sit, just sit completely, he would say. When you speak, just speak completely. Don't sit while planning what to say, and don't speak while thinking about something else. Full presence in each activity is the practice. This complete presence is what transforms ordinary conversation into what Zen calls Dharma transmission, moments when truth is shared not through the content of words, but through the quality of being from which they arise. You've probably experienced this yourself, times when someone said something simple, but the way they said it touched you deeply and changed how you saw things. That transformative power didn't come from the words themselves, but from the presence behind them. As you continue listening tonight, I invite you to notice the quality of your own inner speech, the ongoing conversation in your mind that narrates your experience. This internal dialogue is also a form of speech karma, because the way you talk to yourself shapes your inner world just as powerfully as your external words shape your relationships. Are you speaking to yourself with kindness or criticism? Are your internal words truthful or distorted by fear and assumption? Are your thoughts useful, helping you navigate life skillfully, or are they repetitive worry that serves no purpose? Do your internal conversations create harmony or conflict in your mind? When you bring the same mindfulness to your internal speech that you're learning to bring to external communication, you discover that changing how you talk to yourself naturally changes how you talk to others. The critical voice that judges everyone around you is usually the same voice that's constantly judging you. The impatient tone you use with family members often mirrors the impatience you feel toward your own mistakes and limitations. But as you learn to speak to yourself with the same kindness, truthfulness, usefulness, and harmony that you're cultivating in outer relationships, you'll find that all your communication becomes more spacious, more healing, and more authentic. This isn't about positive thinking or forcing yourself to be nice. It's about recognizing that your words, both internal and external, are seeds that create the garden of your experience. The Buddha said, "Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace." Tonight, as you prepare to rest, consider making this commitment to yourself. Tomorrow, let your words be seeds of peace. Not perfect words, not always gentle words, but words that come from presence rather than pressure, from truth rather than habit, from care rather than carelessness. When you speak from this place, you'll discover that communication becomes less about getting something from others and more about offering something to them. Less about defending your position and more about creating connection. Less about filling silence and more about sharing presence. This is the gift of mindful speech. It transforms every conversation into an opportunity for greater understanding, deeper intimacy, and more authentic relationship with both yourself and others. Let this understanding settle into your being as we continue our journey together. Your words have power, the power to heal or harm, to create connection or separation, to plant seeds of peace or discord. Use this power wisely. Speak from the stillness that holds all words, and let your speech become a bridge to the deeper truth that connects all beings in understanding and love. You're living in a prison you built yourself, and the bars are made of time. Not the natural rhythm of sunrise and sunset, not the seasons that guide the earth's breathing, but the artificial urgency that whispers constantly in your mind, "Hurry up, you're behind. There's not enough time. You should be further along by now." This voice has convinced you that peace is somewhere in the future, that happiness is waiting for you just around the next corner, that your real life will begin once you get through this current difficulty. But what if this voice is lying? Time anxiety might be the most pervasive form of suffering in modern life, yet it's also the most invisible. You carry it in your body as tension that never fully releases, in your mind as thoughts that jump between regret about yesterday and worry about tomorrow, in your heart as a subtle sense that you're always missing something important. The Buddha saw through this illusion 2,500 years ago, and his insight can free you from a form of imprisonment that most people don't even realize they're experiencing. Consider this. Right now, in this very moment, are you lacking anything essential? Not the things you want, the better job, the perfect relationship, the solved problems, but what you actually need to be alive and aware right now. Your breath is happening without your management. Your heart is beating without your supervision. Your consciousness is present and aware without your effort. In this moment, the most fundamental requirements for existence are already fulfilled. Yet your mind probably just protested, "But what about my bills? My deadlines, my responsibilities?" These concerns feel urgent because you've been trained to live in mental time rather than natural time. Mental time is the realm of should have and need to and running out of. It's a construction that exists only in thought. Natural time is the eternal now, in which your actual life is always occurring. The Heart Sutra, one of Buddhism's most profound texts, contains a phrase that points directly to this freedom: gate, gate, paragate, parasamgate, bodhisvaha. It means gone, gone, gone beyond, gone completely beyond, awakening, so be it. But what has gone beyond? The illusion that you exist somewhere other than here, somewhere other than now. There was a student who came to Master Joshu in a state of complete desperation about time. "Master," she said, "I'm 35 years old and I've wasted my life. I should have started spiritual practice when I was 20. I should have made different career choices. I should have been more disciplined, more focused, more committed. Now it's too late to become enlightened in this lifetime. I've missed my chance for true spiritual development." Joshu listened to her litany of temporal regrets, then asked a simple question. When you were 20, were you here? She looked confused. What do you mean, Master? Of course I was here when I was 20. Where is that 20-year-old now? He asked gently. She's gone, the student replied. She's in the past. And where is the 40-year-old you who will supposedly be too old for enlightenment? In the future, she said, beginning to understand. Then tell me, Joshu smiled, who is here right now to become enlightened? This exchange reveals something crucial about temporal suffering. We torture ourselves with stories about people who don't exist anymore, our past selves, or people who may never exist, our imagined future selves, while completely ignoring the only person who can actually experience awakening, the one who is here now. But let's go deeper into how this time-based thinking actually creates suffering. When you live in the future mentally, you're essentially saying that this moment is not enough, not worthy of your full attention, not the real moment of your life. You treat the present like a waiting room for a more important appointment that never comes. This creates a subtle but persistent sense of dissatisfaction that colors every experience. The Buddhist teaching of impermanence is often misunderstood as being about the passing of time, but it's actually pointing to something much more radical, the realization that there is no time in the way we usually think about it. There is only the eternal now, appearing to unfold in sequential moments, like frames in a movie creating the illusion of movement. Each moment is complete in itself, lacking nothing, requiring no future moment to fulfill it. Master Huangpo expressed this beautifully when he said, "The past is already gone, the future is not yet here, and the present moment is empty of inherent existence." This emptiness he speaks of is not a void. It's the spacious awareness in which all experiences of time arise and dissolve. You are not in time, time is in you. Think about your actual experience of time right now. Can you find the past anywhere except in memory? Can you locate the future anywhere except in imagination? When you look closely, you discover that you have never actually experienced anything outside of this present moment. Every memory you have was experienced as now when it happened. Every future moment you might experience will be experienced as now when it arrives. The present is not a narrow slice between past and future, it's the entire field of experience itself. This understanding completely transforms your relationship with planning, goals, and responsibilities. You don't stop engaging with practical time. You still make appointments, plan for the future, and learn from the past. But you stop believing that your happiness, peace, or fundamental well-being depends on any particular temporal outcome. A businessman named Chen discovered this during what he thought would be the worst period of his life. His company was failing, his marriage was struggling, and he was consumed with anxiety about an uncertain future. Every day was torture because he spent it either regretting past decisions, or frantically trying to control outcomes that were largely beyond his influence. One evening, walking home through the city after another devastating day, Chen passed a small park where an old man was sitting peacefully on a bench, feeding pigeons. Something about the man's complete presence in this simple activity stopped Chen in his tracks. He sat down on the same bench and watched as the old man offered breadcrumbs with such attention and care that it seemed like the most important activity in the world. "How can you be so peaceful?" Chen finally asked. "Don't you have worries, problems, things you need to figure out?" The old man smiled. "Of course I have concerns," he said. "My health is failing. My children live far away. I don't have much money. But right now, in this moment, there are pigeons to feed. Tomorrow, there will be whatever tomorrow brings. Yesterday brought me here to this bench. But this feeding of pigeons, this is my actual life. Everything else is just stories I tell myself about life." Chen sat with this man for an hour, not talking much, just watching the pigeons and feeling something in his chest gradually unclench. For the first time in months, he wasn't mentally rehearsing business strategies or worrying about his marriage. He was simply present to the reality of sitting on a bench in the evening air, watching birds receive food from a kind stranger. When he finally got home, Chen's external circumstances hadn't changed. The same problems were waiting for him. But his relationship to them had shifted completely. Instead of being overwhelmed by the entire future, he could focus on what actually needed his attention today. Instead of being paralyzed by regret about past mistakes, he could learn from them and take the next appropriate action. He had found what the Zen masters call one mind, complete presence to what is actually happening now. Over the following months, as Chen continued to practice returning to the present moment, something remarkable happened. His business problems didn't disappear, but he approached them with clearer thinking and less emotional reactivity. His marriage didn't become perfect, but he and his wife could address their actual issues instead of fighting about imaginary future scenarios or past resentments. He discovered that presence isn't passive, it's the most active and effective way to engage with life, because it allows you to respond to what's actually happening rather than what you think is happening. The Buddha taught that temporal suffering comes from what he called becoming, the mental process of constantly projecting yourself into imaginary future states or clinging to past identities. I will be happy when, I was better when, I should be, I used to be. All of these thoughts pull your attention away from the postimo, only place where you can actually live, create, love, or find peace. But there's something even more profound than learning to stay present, recognizing that you are presence itself. You are not a person having an experience of now. You are the eternal now temporarily appearing as a person. This realization doesn't come through thinking about it. It emerges through repeated returning to immediate experience without the overlay of temporal interpretation. Master Dogen, the founder of Soto Zen in Japan, spent his entire teaching career trying to convey this understanding. He called it being time, the recognition that existence and time are not separate phenomena but one seamless reality. Time is not separate from you, and as you are present, time does not go away, he taught. This isn't philosophical speculation. It's an invitation to discover your intimate relationship with the eternal present. Most spiritual seeking is actually a form of temporal suffering because it's based on the assumption that you are not enlightened now, but could become enlightened later. This creates what Zen calls seeking mind, the restless pursuit of a future state that prevents you from recognizing the awakeness that is already fully present. The Buddha's awakening wasn't about becoming someone different. It was about recognizing what had always been true, but had been obscured by mental constructions about time, self, and attainment. There's a famous Zen story about a student who spent years trying to achieve enlightenment through intensive practice. Every day, he would sit in meditation for hours, straining to reach some special state of consciousness. His teacher, Master Nansen, would often find him sitting with his face scrunched in concentration, obviously trying very hard to get somewhere other than where he was. One day, Nansen sat down beside his student and began vigorously polishing a tile with a cloth. The student, curious about this unusual activity, finally asked, "Master, what are you doing?" "I'm polishing this tile to make it into a mirror," Nansen replied, continuing to rub the tile with great effort. The student laughed. "Master, that's impossible. No amount of polishing can turn a tile into a mirror. And no amount of sitting can turn you into a Buddha," Nansen responded gently. "You already are Buddha, just as this tile already has its own perfect nature. Stop trying to become what you already are, and start being what you've never stopped being." This story points to one of the most liberating realizations possible. You don't need time to become awakened, because awakeness is your natural state right now. What needs time is the gradual dropping away of the beliefs and habits that obscure this recognition. But the dropping away itself happens now, the recognition happens now, and the peace you discover is the peace that has always been present but overlooked. Let's bring this understanding into your daily experience of time pressure and anxiety. Notice how much of your stress comes not from what's actually happening, but from mental stories about what should be happening, what might happen, or what should have happened differently. The actual task in front of you might be simple and manageable, but it becomes overwhelming when you load it with temporal meaning. "I should have started this earlier. I'll never finish in time. This is taking too long. I'm falling behind." These thoughts create what psychologists call time distortion, the experience of time moving too fast when you're anxious about deadlines, or too slowly when you're bored or waiting. But when you're completely present to an activity, time seems to flow naturally, without the friction of resistance or the pressure of urgency. You enter what modern psychology calls flow state, what Zen has always known as just being naturally present to what you're doing. The practice is surprisingly simple. Whenever you notice yourself suffering about time, pause and ask, what is actually happening right now? Not what should be happening, not what you're worried might happen, but what is occurring in this immediate moment. Usually, you'll discover that right now, you're fine. Right now, you have what you need to take the next step. Right now, you're not actually behind or ahead. You're simply here, alive, aware, and capable of responding to whatever is present. This doesn't mean becoming irresponsible or ignoring practical time management. It means distinguishing between functional planning and psychological suffering about time. You can make a schedule, set goals, and work toward outcomes while maintaining the understanding that your well-being doesn't depend on any particular temporal result. Master Bankei taught what he called the unborn Buddha mind, the recognition that your essential nature was never born and will never die, existing in a timeless dimension that is always accessible now. He would tell students, "You are already perfect, complete, and lacking nothing. The only thing that needs to change is your belief that you need to become something different in the future." This recognition transforms everything about how you approach change and growth. Instead of trying to become enlightened, healthy, successful, or happy, you discover these qualities as expressions of your true nature that become visible when you stop obscuring them with temporal anxiety. Growth happens naturally when you're present. Healing occurs when you stop fighting what is, and success emerges when you're fully engaged with your current circumstances rather than mentally living in desired future outcomes. But what about legitimate concerns about the future? What about planning, saving money, preparing for challenges? The Buddhist approach doesn't eliminate practical engagement with sequential time. It eliminates suffering about sequential time. You can plan for the future from presence, make decisions from clarity rather than anxiety, and take appropriate action without being driven by temporal compulsion. There was a farmer in ancient China who exemplified this balance perfectly. His neighbors would often comment on how peaceful he seemed despite facing the same seasonal challenges, weather uncertainties, and economic pressures that made them constantly anxious. When asked about his secret, the farmer would say, "I plant seeds when it's planting season, tend crops when it's tending season, and harvest when it's harvest season. I don't plant seeds while worrying about the harvest, and I don't harvest while regretting how I planted." Each season has its own work and its own completion. This farmer understood what the Buddha called right action in right time, engaging fully with what each moment requires, without mental interference from other moments. He could plan ahead without anxiety because his planning was based on practical wisdom rather than fearful projection. He could learn from past seasons without regret because he understood that each season's choices were made with the information and circumstances available at that time. The deepest freedom from time anxiety comes with the recognition that you are not actually moving through time. Time is moving through you. You are the eternal witness of temporal experience, the unchanging awareness in which all change occurs. This awareness has never been young or old, never been behind schedule or ahead of schedule, never been running out of time or having too much time. It simply is, timelessly present to whatever temporal experience is arising. When you rest in this understanding, you can engage with time-based activities without being enslaved by time-based thinking. You meet deadlines without deadline anxiety. You age without aging anxiety. You face an uncertain future without future anxiety. Not because you don't care about outcomes, but because you've found your ground in something that doesn't depend on outcomes, the timeless presence that you are. Master Yunmen was once asked, "What is Buddha?" His famous reply was, "A dried shit stick," a reference to the humble tool used for cleaning in ancient Chinese outhouses. This shocking answer wasn't meant to be disrespectful. It was pointing to the Buddha nature that exists equally in the most sacred and most mundane moments, in the most spiritual and most ordinary activities. Buddha nature doesn't exist in special times or peak experiences. It exists in every moment, including this one, right now. This teaching liberates you from what spiritual teachers call spiritual materialism, the belief that enlightenment is a special state you'll achieve in the future through accumulating enough meditation hours, insights, or practices. Enlightenment isn't something that happens to you. It's the recognition of what you are when you stop trying to become something else. As we continue deeper into this exploration of Buddhist wisdom, take a moment to notice what's actually happening right now. Not what you think about what's happening, not what it means for the future, not how it compares to the past, just the immediate reality of sounds, sensations, breath, awareness. This is your life. Not the story about your life, not the problems to be solved or goals to be achieved. This immediate aliveness is what you've been seeking all along. The Buddha's last words reportedly were, "All conditioned things pass away. Strive on with awareness." But this striving is not effort toward a future goal. It's the natural expression of awareness that is already complete, already whole, already free. It's the effortless effort of being fully present to whatever is arising, without the mental commentary that creates temporal suffering. Tomorrow, you'll have opportunities to practice this liberation from time's grip. When you notice yourself rushing, pause and ask where you're trying to get to that isn't here. When you feel behind schedule, remember that you can only ever be where you are. When anxiety about the future arises, return to the breath that is happening now, the feet that are touching the ground now, the awareness that is present now. This isn't a practice to perfect over time. It's a recognition that's available in every moment, including moments when you forget it completely. The forgetting is also part of the perfection. because it gives you endless opportunities to remember that there's nowhere to go and nothing to become. You are already here, you have already arrived, and the peace you seek in the future is the peace that's been present all along, patiently waiting for you to stop searching long enough to notice it. Let this understanding settle into your bones as we prepare to explore even deeper dimensions of this ancient wisdom. Time is not your enemy or your master. It's simply another appearance in the vast space of present awareness that you are. Rest in this timeless dimension while engaging gracefully with temporal activities, and discover the profound ordinariness of living in eternity disguised as now. There's a love you've been searching for your entire life, and it has nothing to do with finding the right person, achieving the perfect relationship, or finally feeling worthy of affection. This love doesn't depend on being loved back, doesn't diminish when it's not reciprocated, and doesn't disappear when the object of your affection changes or leaves. It's the love that the Buddha discovered when he realized that the heart's natural state is not grasping or needing, but an unconditional warmth that flows freely toward all beings, simply because that's what love does when it's not twisted by fear. Most of what we call love is actually attachment wearing love's mask. Attachment says, "I love you because you make me feel good about myself." Love says, "I want you to be happy, even if that happiness doesn't include me." Attachment needs the other person to stay the same forever so it can feel secure. Love celebrates the other person's growth, even when that growth leads them away from us. Attachment is about getting. Love is about giving. Attachment creates suffering when it's threatened. Love creates joy simply by existing. Understanding this difference will change everything about how you approach relationships, but more importantly, it will transform your relationship with yourself. Because the same clinging, needing, and conditional acceptance you bring to others is the same energy you use to torture yourself with self-judgment, perfectionism, and the exhausting effort to become someone worthy of love. In the mountains of Tibet, there lived a nun named Ani Parchin, who spent 30 years caring for a leper colony. The people she served had been abandoned by their families, rejected by society, and were dying slow, painful deaths in complete isolation. Every day, Ani Parchin would clean their wounds, prepare their food, and sit with them as they faced their fears about death. Visitors to the colony were always struck by the joy that radiated from both the nun and the patients, not the forced cheerfulness of denial, but the deep contentment that comes from being truly seen and accepted exactly as you are. One day, a wealthy merchant came to the colony, hoping to make a large donation, and was shocked by what he witnessed. Instead of the grim suffering he expected, he found Ani Parchin laughing with a man whose face was severely disfigured, gently teasing him about his terrible jokes while carefully bandaging his lesions. The merchant watched as she moved from person to person, bringing the same quality of complete presence and genuine affection to each one, regardless of how advanced their illness or how difficult their personality. "Sister," the merchant finally asked, "how can you love these people so freely? They can give you nothing in return. No status, no wealth, no comfort. Many of them are bitter and angry from their suffering. Some are not even grateful for your care. What sustains this love when there's nothing to be gained from it?" Arni Parchan smiled with such radiance that the merchant felt his heart crack open. "You misunderstand the nature of love," she said gently. "I don't love them to get something from them. I love them because love is what I am when I'm not protecting myself from life. These beautiful beings give me the greatest gift possible. They let me discover that my heart is not a small, needy thing that requires feeding, but a vast space that becomes fuller the more it gives away. I am not loving them. Love is expressing itself through me when I stop blocking it with fear. This is the essence of what Buddhists call metta, loving, kindness that flows without conditions, without agenda, without the need for reciprocation. Metta is not an emotion you generate or a feeling you try to manufacture. It's the natural radiance of the heart when it's not contracted by attachment, aversion, or the belief that love is a limited resource that must be carefully rationed. The practice of metta traditionally begins with yourself, and this is where most people discover how conditional their self-love really is. Try this right now. Place your hand on your heart and say, "May I be happy, may I be peaceful, may I be free from suffering." Notice what happens in your mind. Does a voice arise that says, "But first you need to fix this about yourself," or "You don't deserve happiness until you accomplish that," or "You can't be peaceful while you still have these problems"? These voices reveal the conditional nature of your relationship with yourself, the ways you withhold love, acceptance, and kindness from yourself until you meet some imaginary standard of worthiness. But metta doesn't wait for worthiness because it recognizes that your fundamental nature is already worthy of love, not because of what you've done or achieved, but because you exist. Your capacity for awareness, for feeling, for connection, this is inherently precious and deserving of kindness, regardless of your mistakes, limitations, or areas of growth. Master Huineng, the sixth patriarch of Zen, taught that the Buddha nature, the capacity for love, wisdom, and awakening, is equally present in all beings, like the sun that shines on saints and sinners alike. In the Buddha nature, he said, there is no difference between the enlightened master and the suffering beginner, between the generous and the selfish, between the pure and the impure. All are expressions of the same fundamental awareness, temporarily forgetting their true nature, but never losing it. This understanding revolutionizes how you love others, because you stop trying to love them into being different and start loving them as expressions of this same Buddha nature that might be temporarily obscured, but is never absent. The person who hurt you, the family member who disappoints you, the stranger who annoys you, they all carry this same essential goodness, even when their behavior doesn't reflect it. But let's be practical about this. How do you love someone who has caused you pain without being naive about their behavior? How do you maintain healthy boundaries while keeping your heart open? How do you love freely without losing yourself in codependency or people-pleasing? There was a woman named Sarah whose adult son struggled with severe addiction. For years, she had swung between enabling his destructive behavior out of love and cutting him off completely out of frustration. Neither approach helped him heal, and both left her feeling like she was either betraying her maternal love or betraying her own well-being. Everything changed when Sarah learned to distinguish between loving her son and being attached to specific outcomes for him. She realized that her love had actually been a mixture of genuine care and desperate need for him to be okay so she could feel like a good mother, need for him to get clean so she could stop worrying, need for him to appreciate her sacrifices so she could feel valued. These needs were understandable, but they weren't love. They were attachment disguised as love. Through working with a Buddhist teacher, Sarah learned to practice what's called fierce compassion, love that's strong enough to say no when necessary, boundaries that are maintained not from anger, but from clarity, and support that doesn't enable harm. She could wish for her son's happiness and recovery while accepting that his choices were ultimately his own. She could offer help when it was genuinely helpful while refusing to participate in his self-destruction. She could feel deep sadness about his suffering without taking responsibility for fixing it. This shift didn't happen overnight, and it wasn't easy. There were many moments when Sarah's old patterns of anxious attachment would resurface, when she would lie awake at night worrying about where he was sleeping or whether he was safe. But gradually, she discovered that she could hold these worries with compassion for herself while not letting them drive her actions. She could feel the pain of watching someone she loved make destructive choices without believing that her pain meant she needed to rescue him. The breakthrough came when Sarah realized that her attachment to her son's recovery had actually been preventing her from truly loving him. Her desperation for him to change had made it impossible for her to see him clearly, to appreciate the parts of him that were already whole and beautiful, or to trust his own capacity for healing. When she released her grip on needing him to be different, she could finally love him exactly as he was, not as approval for his choices, but as recognition of his inherent worth that existed independently of his behavior. This unconditional love didn't make her passive or permissive. In fact, it made her stronger and clearer in her boundaries because she was no longer acting from fear and need. She could say, "I love you and I won't give you money for drugs," without anger or guilt. She could say, "You're always welcome in my heart, but you're not welcome in my home while you're using," without feeling like she was betraying her maternal role. Love without attachment is not love without strength. It's love with the kind of strength that comes from clarity rather than desperation. But metta extends far beyond personal relationships. As the practice deepens, you begin to feel genuine care for people you've never met, for animals, for the earth itself, for existence as a whole. This isn't abstract philosophy. It's a lived experience of recognizing your fundamental interconnection with all life. The Buddha taught loving-kindness meditation as a specific practice for cultivating this unconditional love. It begins with offering metta to yourself. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I be at peace. May I live with ease. Then you expand it to someone you love easily, then to a neutral person, then to someone difficult, and finally to all beings everywhere. But this isn't just a meditation technique. It's training for how to live in the world with an open heart. Master Shantideva, the great Buddhist teacher, wrote, "All the joy the world contains has come through wishing happiness for others. All the misery the world contains has come through wanting pleasure for oneself." This isn't moral preaching. It's pointing to a practical truth about how the heart works. When you're focused on getting love, approval, or happiness from others, you create the anxiety and dissatisfaction of need. When you're focused on offering love, understanding, or kindness to others, you discover the joy that comes from the heart's natural generosity. But what about romantic love? How does this understanding apply to intimate partnerships, where attachment often feels like the very essence of love? This is where the teaching becomes most challenging and most transformative. There was a couple, David and Maria, who had been married for 15 years and were on the verge of divorce. Their relationship had become a battleground of mutual expectations, disappointments, and the exhausting effort to make each other into the partner they thought they needed. David wanted Maria to be more organized and decisive. Maria wanted David to be more emotionally expressive and romantic. Both were convinced that they would be happy if only the other person would change. In desperation, they attended a retreat on Buddhist approaches to relationships. The teacher, an elderly monk who had counseled couples for decades, listened to their complaints and then asked a simple question: which of you is willing to love the person sitting beside you exactly as they are right now, without needing them to be different? Both David and Maria immediately protested. "But if I accept him exactly as he is, he'll never grow or change," Maria said. "If I stop expecting her to be more organized, our whole life will fall apart," David added. They couldn't see that their constant pressure for change was actually preventing the natural growth that occurs when people feel truly accepted. The monk smiled gently. "You have been trying to love each other conditionally for 15 years. How has that worked?" The question hung in the air as both partners recognized the futility of their approach. Their conditional love had created a relationship where both people felt constantly judged, never quite good enough, and defensive about their authentic selves. Over the course of the retreat, David and Maria learned to distinguish between loving each other and being attached to each other. Love wanted the other person to be genuinely happy, even if that happiness looked different from what they had imagined. Attachment wanted the other person to fulfill specific roles and expectations that would make them feel secure. Love was spacious enough to allow growth and change, Attachment tried to freeze the other person in place. Love brought out the best in both partners. Attachment brought out defensiveness and resentment. The transformation didn't happen immediately. There were many moments when old patterns of expectation and control would resurface. But gradually, as each partner experienced what it felt like to be loved without conditions, they began to relax into their authentic selves. David discovered that when he wasn't being pressured to be more emotional, his natural warmth could emerge organically. Maria found that when she wasn't being criticized for her spontaneous nature, she actually enjoyed bringing more structure to their shared life. They learned that unconditional love doesn't prevent growth. It creates the safety and acceptance that makes genuine growth possible. When you're not constantly defending yourself against judgment, you have energy available for actually changing the things about yourself that you want to change. When you're not trying to manage someone else's opinion of you, you can focus on becoming more authentically yourself. But perhaps the most profound discovery was that loving without attachment actually deepened their intimacy rather than threatening it. When neither partner was trying to possess or control the other, they could meet as two free beings, choosing to share their lives, rather than two needy people using each other to fill internal voids. Their love became a gift they offered each other, rather than a debt they demanded from each other. This principle extends to all relationships, with friends, family members, colleagues, and even strangers. When you love without attachment, you create space for others to be authentic, to make mistakes, to grow at their own pace, and to surprise you with their depth and beauty. You stop taking their behavior personally because you understand that their actions reflect their own level of understanding and inner state, not their feelings about you. The Dalai Lama, perhaps the most recognized teacher of loving kindness in our time, often speaks about his practice of metta toward the Chinese officials who destroyed his homeland and forced him into exile. When asked how he can feel genuine compassion for people who have caused such suffering, he explains that his enemies are his greatest teachers, because they give him opportunities to practice unconditional love in the most challenging circumstances. If I only loved people who were kind to me, he says, my love would be conditional and limited. But when I can feel genuine care for those who have hurt me, I discover that love is not dependent on external conditions. It's an expression of my own Buddha nature that grows stronger through practice. This doesn't mean he condones harmful actions or fails to work for justice. It means he can oppose harmful behavior while maintaining compassion for the confused and suffering beings who perpetrate it. This level of metta might seem impossible or even undesirable. Why should you love people who have hurt you? Why should you feel compassion for those who show no compassion? The answer is not moral obligation but practical wisdom. Holding hatred, resentment, or conditional love in your heart hurts you more than it hurts anyone else. These emotions are like poison you drink hoping to harm someone else. Unconditional love is the antidote that frees you from the prison of reactive emotions while creating the possibility for healing and transformation in all your relationships. But loving without attachment also means being willing to let go when letting go serves the highest good. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is end a relationship that has become harmful, set boundaries with someone who is being abusive, or allow someone to experience the consequences of their choices without trying to rescue them. This kind of love requires tremendous courage because it means acting from wisdom rather than from need, from clarity rather than from fear of being alone. There's a story about Master Ijo, a Zen monk who deeply loved his teacher, Master Dogen. When Dogen became seriously ill, Ijo devoted himself completely to caring for his beloved master, barely sleeping or eating in his dedication to nursing him back to health. As Dogen's condition worsened, Ijo became desperate, praying fervently for his teacher's recovery and clinging to every small sign of improvement. One evening, as Ijo sat beside Dogen's bed anxiously monitoring his breathing, the dying master opened his eyes and said gently, "My dear student, your attachment to keeping me alive is preventing you from truly loving me in this moment. Can you love me enough to let me die peacefully?" These words shattered Ijo's heart, not with despair but with understanding. He realized that his desperate clinging to his teacher's life was actually a form of selfishness, born from his own need rather than from care for his master's well-being. In that moment, Ijo's love transformed from attachment to pure metta. He could feel profound gratitude for all the years of teaching he had received, deep sadness at the approaching loss, and complete acceptance of the natural process of death. Dogen died peacefully that night, and Ijo reported that he had never felt more connected to his teacher than in that moment of complete letting go. "I discovered," he later said, "that love doesn't disappear when you stop clinging. It becomes infinite. When I released my grip on keeping him with me, I found that his essence was already inseparable from my own heart." This is the ultimate freedom that comes from loving without chains. You discover that what you've been seeking in others, the sense of being whole, worthy, and at peace, was never dependent on their presence, behavior, or feelings toward you. It's your own fundamental nature, temporarily obscured by the belief that love is something you get rather than something you are. As you practice metta in your daily life, you might notice that it feels unnatural or even frightening at first. Your mind, conditioned to protect itself through judgment, comparison, and conditional acceptance, might resist the vulnerability of loving without guarantees. This resistance is normal and even sacred. It shows you exactly where your heart has been defended and gives you opportunities to practice courage. Start small. Begin with offering genuine kindness to yourself when you make mistakes, to your pets who love you unconditionally anyway, to strangers in line at the grocery store who have nothing to do with your personal dramas. Notice how it feels to wish someone well without needing anything from them in return. Pay attention to the lightness that comes when you're not monitoring whether your love is being reciprocated or appreciated. Gradually, you can extend this practice to more challenging relationships, the family member who triggers your old wounds, the colleague who doesn't acknowledge your contributions, the ex-partner who left you feeling abandoned. This doesn't mean accepting harmful behavior or pretending that everything is fine. It means recognizing that your well-being and inner peace don't depend on these people changing, apologizing, or loving you back. The Buddha taught that metta is both the path and the destination. As you practice loving without conditions, you discover that unconditional love is your true nature. You don't have to become more loving. You simply have to stop preventing love from flowing naturally through you. Every moment of choosing compassion over judgment, acceptance over control, generosity over grasping, is a moment of returning to who you really are beneath all the protective strategies you've developed. Tonight, as you prepare to rest, I invite you to feel the love that's already present in your heart, not as an emotion you need to generate, but as the warm awareness that naturally arises when you're not defending against life. This love extends to every being who, like you, is seeking happiness and trying to avoid suffering in the only ways they know how. It includes your past selves who made mistakes from ignorance, your future selves who will continue learning and growing, and your present self who is perfectly imperfect exactly as you are. You don't need to wait until you're more enlightened, more healed, or more worthy to love and be loved without conditions. The love you've been seeking everywhere else has been patiently waiting in your own heart all along, ready to flow freely the moment you stop trying to earn it, control it, or make it dependent on external circumstances. This is your birthright, your true nature, and the source of the deepest joy possible, not because you've found the perfect person or situation to love, but because you've discovered that you are love itself, temporarily playing at being a separate person, learning how to give and receive what you've never actually lacked. Rest in this knowing as we prepare for the final part of our journey together. Let your heart be as spacious as the sky, as warm as sunlight, as generous as the ocean that gives and receives all rivers without being diminished or overwhelmed. This is the love that needs no chains, because it recognizes no separation. The love that asks for nothing because it lacks nothing. The love that transforms everything simply by being what it has always been, the very essence of your awakened heart. Here you are, at the end of a journey that never really began and will never truly end. Every teaching we've explored tonight has been pointing to this moment, not this moment as an idea, but this actual breathing, this quiet settling, this gentle release of everything you thought you needed to carry. Feel your body sinking deeper into rest. Notice how your breath continues without your management, your heart beats without your supervision, your awareness remains present without your effort. This is what the Buddha meant when he spoke of the ultimate surrender, not giving up on life, but giving up the exhausting illusion that you are separate from it. Your breath has been your most patient teacher all along. Every inhale arrives exactly when it's needed. Every exhale releases exactly what's ready to go. There's no forcing, no clinging, no anxiety about whether the next breath will come. This is how life wants to live through you, naturally, effortlessly, with the same wisdom that guides the seasons and the tides. The deepest teaching isn't something you learn, it's something you stop preventing. When effort becomes effortless, when surrender becomes strength, when letting go becomes love, you discover that you've been seeking everywhere else what was never absent from this moment. Let everything settle now. Let your thoughts slow like leaves falling from a tree. Let your heart rest in its own natural rhythm. The Buddha taught, peace comes from within, do not seek it without. You are that peace, breathing gently in the darkness. Finally home,